your life.
What's up, everybody? Aaron Nagler here, CHTV. Welcome to the 2023 Draft Watch Party. Unfortunately, my co-founder is not with me tonight. I am flying somewhat solo. However, as per usual, Packerman is here to keep me company, aren't you, Packerman? That's right. So, in lieu of Corey Banke, Packerman is here. If the Packers do something crazy, maybe Packerman will be taken apart, although I doubt it. I'm in a pretty good spot at this point, post Aaron Rodgers trade. I hope you all are doing well, wherever you are. Packers fans worldwide, you're the reason we do this each and every year. We'll be live through all 7 rounds. It's going to be a long ride. Buckle up, crack a beer. In fact, if you can, crack yourself a carry the G if you're in Wisconsin or thereabouts. Phenomenal stuff, let me tell you. Hello to everybody in our chat on YouTube and, of course, on the Zoom call. Packers fans worldwide, Patreon members, Carry the G Club members. Hello to all of you. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll be talking to you guys throughout the night. Look at these fine folks. I mean, all the regulars are here. We got Cass. We got Soder. We got Big B is here. What's up, Big B? So good to see everybody. Look at this. My goodness. And hopefully throughout the night, we will not be Larravied, and we'll hear from some fine folks involved with the Green Bay Packers and other possible special guests. Maybe some media members might drop by. The proceedings here in Kansas City, they've got people flying over the stadium at the moment and who knows what else. I do want to give a shout out to some friends of ours at Firecracker Farms. Make sure you spice up your game with Firecracker Farms' amazing hot salt. Use it on steaks, pasta, or in drinks. Everything is better with hot salt. Firecracker Farm is offering a 15% discount to Cheesehead TV viewers and listeners for a limited time. With Cinco de Mayo right around the corner, if you order today, you'll have your hot salt in time for the festivities and a wicked spicy margarita. So go ahead, go to firecracker.farm now, place your order, and get ready to spice up your game. Don't forget to use DRAFT, that's D-R-A-F-T, at the checkout for 15% off. Everything is better with hot salt. That's firecracker.farm, promo code DRAFT for 15% off. Let's do it, people. Let's go. Let's get ready for this draft. Let's say hi to some folks here in the ye old gallery. What's going on? Tyler Herrick is here. Most importantly, the man, the myth, the legend, head of Cheesehead TV social media. How are you doing, Tyler? How's your evening?
Most importantly, I'm gonna have to write that down. Save that for later, maybe.
There you go.
I love that.
Save that for negotiations.
What's going on? Exactly. Yeah. Hey,
how much, man? How are you? How are you? Are you
good, man? I'm playing a little hurt, recovering from a little bug I had last week, but we're doing good. We're here. We're alive. We're well. I've got some hot tea with me this evening in exchange.
Wait, are you on the road again? Are you in another? Are you in another hotel once again?
When am I not? When am I not on the road? In fact, I'm surprised that this 2 megabits per second Wi-Fi is working enough to be able to speak to you at this point. Should have used a string and some tin cans or something like that. But yeah, it's an exciting night.
Everybody who's ever watched any of my streams knows, hotel, I'm dead. So you're doing better than me, no doubt.
At least I'm coming through clear. That's all that matters. Hey, 13th overall. What do you think, Nago? This is pretty cool.
Man, I just want a good football player. Is that so hard? Like, everybody gets so enamored with these dudes, and then they don't pick them, and then they get all upset. It's like that's why I'm a loner, Dottie. I'm a rebel. Like I keep my heart contained.
I don't know who you're talking about. I couldn't imagine who you would think that somebody or the entire Packers nation might want this evening.
You they're out there, and I know who you're talking about, and we're going to be talking about him probably all night, so we don't need to start right now.
I'll save his name. I think.
Wait, who do you want? Who do you want?
Who do I want? Who do I want? My original pick. Okay, the original person that I looked after was Darnell Washington. So he just screams Packer to me, just and I should say. He screams new Packer to me, if that makes sense, in the sense of like the way Brian Gutekunst has drafted the past few years. Obviously, the Georgia connection, just raw, insanely talented prospect that, may or may not be worth pick 13, according to all the analysts out there, but just huge upside and obviously a massive target. He's literally Mercedes Lewis 2.0. So what better way to replace a great vet in Mercedes Lewis by drafting his little clone from 20 years ago?
I love it, man. You know, I'd love it. I'd be all about it. I want to give a shout out to some folks giving us some super chats right here. Pork Master, love you, buddy. Good to see you again. Just here to have fun. I know nothing about college prospects. Always excited. Good to see you, buddy. We got Stephen Burgess. Give me Murphy or Van Ness and Darnell Washington, and I'm a happy guy. Well, okay. Now you sound like you're getting a little greedy there, Stephen, but I hear you. I feel you, dog. I feel you. What else we got? Who else is up in here in the gallery? Who else we got hanging out? We got John. What's up, John? How you doing? How's Minneapolis treating you? Are you at home, or are you like Tyler and you're on the road? What's going on?
This week I'm at home. The next
You sound like you're playing hurt too.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, you know, I've been enjoying the cheesehead carry the G. So
there you go.
Getting that
That's my
hard.
guy. That's what I like.
But I'm just
well, that might be why you're
as
playing
usual
hard.
by the Vikings fans claiming that without Rodgers again, we'll be in the basement for the next 500
Oh,
years.
it's all over, right? It's all over. Yeah.
So why even be a fan? Your team's gonna suck.
I know, like pretty much. I mean, it's the franchise has to fold now because Aaron Rodgers isn't. I tell you what, it's going to be fascinating to watch Minnesota in this draft because of their quarterback situation. You know, it's fun to watch your rivals need a quarterback, which they're going to need. You know, they can't ride these Kirk Cousins coattails for much longer. That's going to be fascinating, I would think.
I agree with you on that, and I just think it's going to be fun when the Packers come and beat the Vikings this season, and then what will their excuse be?
Well, 100%. That's what I'm talking about. We got Bori Kanki here with the super chat. Corey not here, but Bori is here for the draft. I'm going to lay odds that is Corey Banky doing that on purpose, just because he knows that I'm flying solo and he wants to make fun of me. But who knows? Anything is possible. And yes, unfortunately, Corey Banky not able to join us tonight. Hopefully, he'll be joining us tomorrow or sometime this weekend. He is indisposed at the moment. He's got very important stuff going on, obviously, or he'd be here. But Bori Kanki is here, so that's good. Who else we got? What else we got in the old gallery here? Who's hanging out here? We got Big B. Big B. What are you thinking, buddy? Like now that your best friend Aaron Rodgers is gone, who are we looking at? What are you thinking for this pick that is going to jumpstart the Jordan Love era?
Well, I think that the Green Bay Packers are going to select a good football player with the 13th overall.
There you go. See, we're there.
Simple.
Get them there.
Yep.
Get them there.
Yep.
That's it. What more do you need? See, I got Mike in the chat saying JSN or bust, and I'm here to tell you folks, like, I understand the desire. I understand wanting JSN. I totally do. But man, I just think this is this thing that happens every year where there seems to be like one prospect that everybody or the majority of Packers fans kind of glom onto, they really want, and then inevitably it doesn't happen and everybody gets upset or whatever. And I just think, man, you got to pull back. You got to understand that there's a multitude of talent out there. You know, and can I just say that shot at Kansas City, that was a little rough. Like, there's not a ton of people there comparative to other cities that the draft has been held in. I mean, that was no Philadelphia. That definitely wasn't no Chicago. I mean, if that's the crowd that Kansas City is pulling, I damn well think Green Bay can hold a draft. Thank you very much. Oh, Bud. I love Bud Binner in the chat here. Any chance the Jets draft a quarterback in the first round? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? After all of this, after the entire month or plus of all the stuff with the Jets, and then they finally get Aaron Rodgers, and then they draft a quarterback. And I know it's not going to happen, but can you imagine if it did? Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious. I would absolutely lose my mind. Cass is here. What's up, Cass? How you doing? What's going on? What's shaking?
Good.
That's a sweet jacket.
Thank
There
you.
you
Thank
go.
you.
There you go.
Still have my stash. I
Right.
think we're gonna have a good pick. I think we're gonna get it. So
Anybody in
And I know
particular?
that-
You looking for anybody in particular?
well, no, but I know why we're gonna have a good pick.
Hmm.
You know why?
Why is that?
Ride this wave with
Why is
me.
that?
We are overall pick number 13. Taylor Swift's
Mhm.
lucky number is 13. She would not allow us
Right.
a bad pick. So
Okay.
she's talked to Goody, she's talked to 1265, she's put it out there who we need to pick. So I trust lucky number 13.
I love it. See, this is the rock solid analysis that we need. Like, you don't need DJ and NFL Network. You don't need, Mel Kiper and ESPN. Cass is breaking it down for you here at Cheesehead TV.
Just
That's what
a
I'm talking
Swiftie.
about.
That's it.
There you go. That Taylor Swift explains the NFL draft. I think we've cracked the code. Got to give a shout out to Menace. Good to see you in the Discord chat today, Nags. Go Pack Go. Well, thank you. I'm always lurking. I may not always be involved and totally in on it, but I'm always lurking. Here we go. Looks like, oh my goodness, are the Panthers on the clock, people? Is this actually happening? Are we starting the draft here? My God. Joe, thanks for the super chat. JSN stands for just say no. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Again, as I was saying, I love his athleticism. I love his game. I'd be surprised if he's the pick, though. I'll be surprised. What else we got in here? Let's do this JSN. So much JSN in here. I love it. Soder, what are you feeling? How you thinking? How you living? What are you going to do when they don't run the ball this year?
Cry. I'm feeling its a tackle. I'm feeling its edge, and I'm leaning. If we pick at 13, it's going to be Broderick Jones or it's going to be Van Ness.
Those both make a lot of sense to me. I honestly, I mean, I think anybody who follows me on Twitter knows I'm dying to get Darnell Wright. I would prefer Wright there if it's got to be tackle, but I 100% agree. Like, Jones is in play there. I think Van Ness is in play. I think both of them are much more likely than JSN. And again, that's
Broderick
not to denigrate
Jones.
JSN. I just think
No, Broderick Jones has done it for more years than Wright has, and I think he's a more natural mover. And I think that kind of fits with the Packers
I mean,
a lot.
yeah.
I think
Look,
they're
I'm
looking
not
for
going to
left
be
tackle,
upset
long-term
if it's
left
not.
tackle, but
Yeah, 100%.
no, just
Jeff
also
Ness thinks it's going to be Skronsky. What do you think of Skronsky?
a guard, and I think you don't pull the trigger on a guard at 13.
See, I know everyone says that. I don't know, man. I don't know. After watching Zach Tom last year, man, if you can play, you can play. And I think that kid can play. And I think he can play tackle in the league. That's where I'm at. Who else we got? What else we got in here? Who's up? Oh, my goodness. Look at this gentleman here. Brandy's hubby. What jersey are you wearing? You had all day to pick this out. What jerseys are you rocking today?
We're doing Kenny Clark.
All right. I like it. I like
Brandy's
that.
taping on her Brandy's taping on her 0 on her Aaron Rodgers jersey right now to make it a love jersey. She'll be in the picture in a minute. She refuses to buy a jersey because that player then leaves the next year. So
right. No, that's just prudent. That's just prudent. I like it.
It's a beautiful day here in Kansas. Nice weather. Seen a cardinal outside on the ground. So we're thinking
okay.
Some sort of trade with the Cardinals for a non-specific safety. Maybe Buda Baker.
I don't think that's gonna happen. Look, I know Brandy has been begging for Buda Baker. I understand it. She puts it in every chat. God bless her, but they can't take on that contract, and I don't see him adjusting it to acquiesce to a Packers trade. I would love it. I think he's a great player. I would love to add him to the defense, but it just ain't gonna happen. It just ain't gonna happen. As much as I love to see it. Gary, thanks to the super chat. Are there any potential Green Bay picks in this draft that could telegraph a shift in LaFleur's offense? That's an interesting question. I don't know if it's so much a shifting, or telegraphing a shift, but I do think there's a possibility that, what I was talking about with Soda earlier regarding what type of lineman they take, things of that nature. I am always kind of interested to see if they go towards guys who can maybe run more power rather than the wide zone stuff they've traditionally liked, which is what this offense is based off of. But I don't think there's anything really often, especially with the Packers early in the draft, it's all about long-term investment, right? I don't think it's ever going to be a case where, oh, this means they're doing X, Y, Z. I think they're always going to want to find guys with really high ceilings, big time athletes who are good football players, obviously, but I don't ever think it's a case of, oh, we're changing our identity with these picks or even with one pick, right? And I know there was a lot of conjecture about that back in 2020 when Brian took A.J. Dillon and Josiah DeGuara with the 2 picks after Jordan Love. Everybody said, oh, they're really kind of leaning towards running the ball more. And we all saw that didn't really materialize. So, yeah, I don't think there's anybody in this class, especially today, that I think, oh, this would signal some monster shift. Like, I just don't think that's realistic. And then we got Menace. Thanks for the super chat, buddy. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It just disappeared on me. Miles Murphy, Murph with 52 for years to come. Miles Murphy would be a great pick at 13. No question about it. I do think edge is absolutely in play there at 13. It's a premium position. You want to lock it down long term. You've got Rashawn Gary, who's not going to be ready for the start of the season. You have Preston Smith, definitely on the back end of his career. You've got Enigbare, who had a promising rookie year. And, I know they re-signed Hollins, but you need depth at the position. There's zero question in my mind that edge is absolutely in play at 13. Whether it's Miles Murphy, I don't know, but it's a good one. Steven, thank you for the super chat. Who's your edge or tight end of preference? I appreciate the stream. I live in Kansas City. Very few Packers fans here. That's why we're here, baby. Packers fans worldwide. It's what we want to do. Edge or tight end of preference? Edge is probably Van Ness. You can make a case for any one of these guys that are going to be available at 13, but I really like his game, and I think he's got a lot of potential to grow, especially in Green Bay's system. As far as a tight end, man, I love Washington. I think his tantalizing athleticism is really hard
go back and forth.
Who else we got? We got Jeff Ness. Jeff, thanks for the super chat. The last projection I saw had the Packers last in the division. Seriously? No way. Underestimate love at your own risk. I will say this, Jeff. I understand why that is kind of the prevailing perception of the Packers heading into this season. That you go to any sports book in Vegas and they're picked to finish last in the division. I'm not surprised, right? But yeah, I think they will surprise some people. And I love this. I got to be honest. I love that everyone's kind of counting the Packers out, right? Aaron Rodgers used to talk about this quite a bit. Like, of course, there's lots of undue pressure when you're like expected, right, to be number one, to get to the Super Bowl, etc. Man, all the pressure's off. And clearly there's always pressure in the NFL week to week to win, what have you. But man, no one expects much of this Packers team in 2023. And look, it is going to be rough at times. There's no doubt about it. They're already up against the cap after this Rodgers trade. Whoever they select in this draft from this class is going to be expected probably to contribute right away. But outside of that, there's not like there's a cavalry coming. They're going to have to count on a lot of development from these rookies from last year. So yeah, I'm not surprised that the outside perception is, oh, they're going to be terrible. But to your point, I think they're going to be better than most people think, no doubt. Before I get to more super chats, let's take a look here. We got Eric Stone Street yelling on the stage here in Kansas City, ready to unveil the pick that we all knew for months. It's all good. A reminder to everybody in the Zoom Hangout, don't forget, if you want to chime in, just raise your hand on Zoom, and myself or one of our producers will make sure that you get to chat about whatever the hell it is you want to chat about. Meanwhile, get some more super chats here. We got Luke. Cheers. Whomever we take, we winning. Luke, that is that's a fine sentiment, no doubt about it. And I think I jumped a couple of super chats here. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Luke. Jamie Morris. Let's just go all in. 10 wide receivers or tight ends. Okay, let's relax. Let's hang out. Let's slow down. All right, and now Mahomes is on stage yelling. All right. Yeah, you won the Super Bowl. We get it. Okay, and Kelsey's there, of course. All right, whatever. Ryan, thank you for the super chat. JSM will be gone by 13. Do you think Benton will be available in the second round? I'd like Kincaid at 13. I think there's a possibility JSN is gone at 13, Ryan, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Benton, I think it's a possibility. I do think he'll probably be gone, but you never know. You know, I say that every year, right? Oh, there's no way he reaches that XYZ and then he's available. Kincaid at 13. I think they're probably going to try to trade down if he is on the board when they pick, if they can, because I think they expect him to be available maybe 5-6 picks later. But I wouldn't hate it. I definitely wouldn't hate the pick. I'd be fine with it. Well, we'll see. Oh my God. And now the Panthers are on the clock. Good Lord. Tumo Proctor, thanks for the super chat. It might be a bit selfish of me, but I hope we pick at 13 so I can actually be functional at work tomorrow. Go Pack Go. Well, considering that you seem to be donating super chats in pound sterling over there, I suspect you're across the pond, so I feel you. Smalls, thanks for the super chat. Packers to win the North at plus 500, not saying, but just saying. If you're a betting guy, I am not. But if you're a betting guy, I'd hop on that. Overshadow Sean, thanks for the super chat. Faux show. What? Okay. All right. Young Feezy Baby, thanks for the super chat. To be underestimated is an incredible gift. I don't disagree. That's what I mean. It lifts all the pressure. You know, nobody expects anything. And when you start stomping people, they're like, oh, what's going on in Green Bay?
It's an incredible gift. Disagree.
Oh, boy, I hear myself back.
All the pressure.
Now. Somebody's
playing
my own audio into my ears. Nicole, can we make sure we got somebody muted there?
Got it.
Vex, thanks for the super chat. Remember when we drafted Justin Harrell at 16? All right, Vex, why? Why you got to do it, man? Why you got to bring us down? I don't understand. Oh, boy. I think, do we have one or two members of the media here in the old Zoom hangout? Do we have an ESPN and Packers.com reporter in the Zoom
They're
hangout?
just sitting here listening.
Put Robin one.
You know, Rob, what are you doing, buddy? How you doing?
I found Wes. I think that's Wes, right?
Wes Hodquist and Rob Domofsky joining us here on the Cheesehead TV draft party. What's up, gentlemen?
How are you? We just finished.
So-
One of us got to eat in the media dining room. The other one was too late, and they were out of quote pack and cheese.
Pack and cheese. I saw the list on that email of everything that's on offer to you guys throughout the weekend. I am rather jealous because I have to run across the street to the deli and get a sandwich if I get hungry. So you guys are living large there at Lambeau.
I'm guessing you could get your sandwich without mayo. I hate mayo, and the sandwich doesn't have mayo.
So, this is it. This is a time-honored media tradition. You're complaining about the free food. I get it. I understand. I love it.
How many couches did Rob?
Yeah,
set
Big
on
B's
fire
here.
during his time in Athens? Huh.
Okay, Nicole, I need you to mute everybody but these guys because I'm getting like a million different conversations in my ear right now. Rob, let me ask you this. Are you excited for the fact that the next time a Packers quarterback needs to retire or is traded, that you probably won't be covering the team?
Good Lord willing. Boy, I'll tell you what. It's incredible. Mike Tannenbaum, who works for us at ESPN, was obviously the general manager of the Jets.
Was the
when
GM
when
right?
he traded for Brett Favre. He made a joke on one of our shows the other day, or maybe he said this to me. I can't remember. He's like, I can't wait 12 years from now when Joe Douglas is working at ESPN talking about the Jordan Love trade to the Jets.
It's coming. It's coming. That check is in the mail. There's no doubt about it.
What did you
Let me.
think around conference the other day?
You're trying to get me in trouble now, aren't you? All right. Let's see. What's so funny to me is like. What were you gonna say?
Well, I asked it because I knew you were going to ask it to me, and I was going to get in trouble. So I figured I'd flip the script. This ain't my first time on Cheesehead TV.
That's a fair point. What's so funny to me is like, oh, hi, like, okay, say your name and your affiliation. Oh, hi, Bob. Oh, hi, Sarah. Hi, so-and-so. Hi. Oh, are you so nice to the media now? Oh, that's interesting. That's funny how that works. And
nice.
how hilarious was it that he got an applause afterwards? Like, did we ever burst into applause when he was done in his locker?
Tim Boyle was there. Maybe he was applauding.
Probably. Wes, have you ever applauded Aaron Rodgers at one of his pressers?
I have not. But I'll say this. I don't know what Rob's thoughts were on this, because him and I, we've kind of gone through this the last, well, he's been on him the entire time. I covered him for 11 years, but there was sort of a catharsis, I thought, a little bit once the day was done. As crazy as these last 3 days have been, I really walked out of that press conference with Brian yesterday going, all right, we can focus on football. We can focus on Jordan Love. And Rob covered, a bulk of Favre's career. Favre was already established when Rob got on the beat. That's kind of the way I was with Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. Like, I got here, he was already a Super Bowl champion, already an MVP. So in that regard, I'm super excited to kind of get to cover a guy from ground one and watch him grow.
Oh, who doesn't have all sorts of like bugaboos and predilections? And yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be good. That'll be good. What are you guys thinking at 13 tonight?
We have a hand.
Can I say one thing about Rodgers first, which this is neither good nor bad. It just strikes me as odd, but also the way life is. Like Wes said, I covered the guy his entire career. I covered him for 18 years. And like, I'll probably never talk to him again. Like, I mean, I don't have his phone number.
Right.
Not that the service would go through anyway. But like, I mean, maybe if I'm still doing this in 7 years or whenever he goes into the Hall of Fame, if I am, something went wrong in my grand plan. But if I am, maybe I would talk to him then. But it's just so weird. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I guess I'm looking for a little closure, I guess.
I'll get you a cameo.
I know. I think we have a hand raised in the old the Zoom gallery here. We got Doug. Is this Doug? Oh, we got to get him unmuted though. He is looking fly. Doug, you're muted, buddy. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Is that Elvis?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to chime in. I'm Doug Hype. I'm Aaron Rodgers' guru, and I just wanted to say it's not hard to get a hold of him. All you have to do is show up at his house with like frankincense and myrrh, and do some praying, and do some hope, and then things happen. Angels come down. It's very simple and easy to get a hold of the man. So anybody that's worried about it, that's just how you do it.
I was on the west side of town the other day. I had to run an errand, and I happened to drive by his place. I did not see a for sale sign out front yet.
That's good. You can see.
There you go.
We're very humble people. We try to stay down to earth.
Thanks, Doug. I appreciate the
connection issues.
The knowledge.
You're. I don't know if you've heard of that as a thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're in Aaron Rodgers' house right now because the Wi-Fi is spotty, but it's okay. It's all right. We appreciate the knowledge there.
Notice I do have Lambeau Field. Lambeau Field is behind me though.
Right behind you.
Guitar in front of it. So just go Pack Go is something that we do have to also say in every conversation. Let's just get that out there, okay?
Absolutely, man. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it, buddy.
You're super welcome. The next time on Lambeau's party.
Like when Spofford.
Panthers pick.
So Rob, Rob, Wes, what are you guys thinking at 13? What's going to happen here?
I'm 0 for 10 since I've been at ESPN.
1 for 10.
So here's I'll give you the short synopsis.
Right.
Scouts have been of no use to me. They've either steered me wrong or I haven't gotten it right. So this year I decided to talk to some agents, just maybe they would hear stuff. I had 2 agents tell me that the Packers they thought tight end. So when they were at 15, I picked Dalton Kincaid in our ESPN mock draft show. We for full disclosure, it aired Tuesday night. We taped it on Monday morning before the trade. So when it flipped to 13, I was told I had to re-record it, but I couldn't change my pick because the whole thing was done, right? So it's not the move. It's not the move from 15 to 13 that makes me change my mind on tight end. It's that extra second round pick. To me, that's probably where one of those second round picks, that's probably where they will grab the tight end. So I changed on WBAY's draft show last night, and I went with Lucas Van Ness, the pass rusher, because as someone told me, he just seems like the perfect kind of Packer.
I mean, he's you talk about a Packers type that he fits the bill. There's zero doubt. Wes, what about you, buddy?
Yeah, I had a whole conniption here because I was fighting my brain and my heart. My brain says Broderick Jones. I think, well, obviously you look at the Georgia connection.
A good pick.
But offensive line, offensive tackle has been kind of a go-to for them. During this whole process, Aaron, I fell in love with Jackson Smith and Jigba. I did. I think two things to that. One,
you and every Packers fan, apparently.
Yeah. But everybody's talking about him being a slot guy. But the thing is he's also one of the bigger receivers in terms of the top 50 guys. So I don't think it's Johnstone. Right. So, I mean, like, I really like him. And people want to dog on him for having, Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. Well, if you put him into the slot and you got Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs outside, I really like that. I just think that'd be a home run spot. I think you look at offensive tackle and receiver as spots where you get real supreme maximum value while also being able to still potentially look at edge rusher and tight end, extremely deep play, positions, either later in the first round or in the second.
And if I've learned anything about sports, Aaron, from covering it, it's that it doesn't matter if it's a coach, a quarterback, a player, they always do for the next guy what they should have done for the previous guy. So yeah,
for the last guy.
Yeah, probably the way to go.
I can't wait till they take a receiver and it gets interpreted that way. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think we have another hand raised real quick. I know you guys got to go, but what else we got? Nicole, was there somebody with their hand raised? I don't want to miss anybody.
Yes, Dag.
Dag, what's up, man?
I had the hand raised way earlier, but I was gonna say I'm in the middle of nowhere and I'm getting 5G service out here. Yeah, I'm in the middle of
that's interesting. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, Dag. How's that working for you?
As well. I'm in California.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's fascinating, Dag.
You know what? The other thing is Adam Schefter's texts seem to go through just fine, right?
Just fine. When he told him to lose his number. Yeah, I know. I love it.
The funny thing is I used to live over there too. I used to live over there.
Really?
I got perfect cell there. I don't know where he's living.
I don't know, man.
All right, man. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much.
Boys, I got to go see if they refilled the pack and cheese.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Thanks for stopping by. We always appreciate it. Sorry there's no Banky to yell at you this year, but hopefully next year.
Some ranting here. We're not getting
he's a very busy man. He's a very busy man running his empire.
Well,
what are you going to do?
I trust you to hold down the fort. You're going to do an excellent job.
That's what I'm trying to do, boys. What I'm trying to do.
You guys.
I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys in a few months. I'll see you at camp. Good night, guys.
Beers on you.
That's what I'm talking about. Rob Demovsky, Wes Hodkowitz, hang in with Packers fans. It's what they do. Look at all these fine folks. Okay, I got super chats I got to get to. Oh my goodness. What else we got? I got to go back up here. I know I missed a few. Like Charlene Nagler, 3 choices at pick 13 for a Pappy. Oh, Charlene coming in hot. All right, here we go. I mess this up every year, but let's go. Lucas Van Ness, JSN. Oh, I'm going to go with my guy, even though it's going to be wrong, or Darnell Wright. Those are the three. You guys heard it. It's documented. It's on YouTube forever, or until they shut down the platform. That's it. JSN, Darnell Wright, or Lucas Van Ness. If the Packers pick any of those guys at 13, Charlene buys CHTV a bottle of Pappy's. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. That's it, baby. That is it. That's what I'm talking about. Charlene, you're an absolute legend. B. Patrick, thank you for the super chat. Nags, wish I could hear the draft party, but unfortunately, I get bad cell service at my home, which I am very fortunate to own. Y'all, the cell service thing, that's going to be a thing all night, isn't it? It's going to be a thing all weekend. I'm really excited. APM, I love the comment. Wait, the random Reddit account was wrong about the top pick? Yeah, apparently, man. I don't know. I don't know what happened, man. Apparently. What else? What else we got? I know Carolina took like 4 hours to make the pick that everybody knew they were going to make. I always love the stories about, like, you know, having to call guys to make sure they're still alive before you make the pick. The Texans are making their pick. Oh my goodness. CJ Stroud, who everybody knew they were going to pick, all this smokescreen nonsense. They go quarterback as well. What a shock.
Doug has his hand up.
Vex, thank you for the super chat. Today is the best day of the year, so I can stop hearing about the draft. I mean, you can start to stop hearing about it because there's 2 more days of it. But yeah, I feel you, Doug. I feel you. I'm sorry, Nicole. Who has their hand up? Somebody has their hand
Doug.
up? Doug. What's going on, Doug? Oh, you're muted again, buddy. You're muted. The mute. You got all this tech stuff going on in your life, but you keep forgetting to unmute
I share a
yourself.
cell phone service with Aaron Rodgers, so I have similar connection issues. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Right.
But I just this is kind of my meditation ball that I use, and I just was curious, Nagler, if you think that we could get a wide receiver of the quality of Jeff Query this draft. Do you think it's possible?
I don't know about, you know, a wide receiver of that caliber, but possibly a mullet of that caliber is definitely in play.
I would be in a big favor. What's that guy's name? The Bijan, the running back guy. He kind of has a mullet type mohawk.
He's got a very interesting do. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt he does.
That kind of put me over the fence, to be honest, as an expert analyst guru guy. I was and he's friends with Matthew McConaughey.
Right.
And I mean, as a guru type
what more do you need? All right. What more do you need?
Nothing.
Right?
More than that. I mean, he's also can play sports, which is helpful. Also,
I mean, it's a small thing.
There could be do you think he has like Brent Fullwood capabilities, though, is my question.
I mean, hopefully a better capability than, like, you know, fumbling his first big return.
I'm looking for. When I was a young child, I had Brent Fullwood.
It's a problem.
And his neck was the size of my entire torso. I knew not only that I understood the Packers drafting strategy, but also how to be successful in sports, because that's how I base my success as the 80s Packers.
I mean, that means there's nowhere to go but up. So that's a good thing.
I mean, I got other guys on here. Tim Harris, he's more 90s, so I'm not so much into that. He's pretty good. But, you know, to be honest, Nagler, I haven't really, like, brought this football out in a long time, and I really felt like the Jeff Query vibes needed to come out, because we need a reliable guy.
Doug, it's always time for some Jeff Query vibes. There's zero doubt about it. I'm so down.
I made this hype video this last night too, and I realized, Nagler, that Chuck Cecil was like channeling himself through me to the Green Bay Packers. A shout out.
So wait, is your nose bloody right now? Is that going on right now?
My nose got a little bit bloody. And I don't know if you remember that little video they made, that rock and roll hype video that with Don Mikowski showing stuff. They show all the things.
Yes.
And they had like a physicist guy talking physics. And they had the actual like quantum mechanics of like his hit power. And then you cut to like Don Mikowski at his locker being like, that guy is freaking nuts. He's just nuts. Like he's like Don Mikowski is physically upset. He's like that guy sick in the head, man. And you know what's really funny about this ball? This was supposed to be Don Mikowski's signature, but my pen ran out, and I was like an 11-year-old kid that I was hobbling. I actually was on like a cast. And
No.
the pen wouldn't work, and he was my hero with the mullet and the hair. He's still my hero. And in this video I made, Don Mikowski is the star of the video, and Chuck Cecil. Just FYI, it's not Brett Favre. So that's what I'm feeling. The channeling, like Guru Nature, Aaron Nagler's, and I feel like Cheesehead TV has helped me quantify and gather all of this energy. You and everybody on
Why
the
we're here,
team
man.
who are like amazing.
Why we're here.
Like you have the essence of like Packer fans, where you're just sitting across the street, you know, like living the Lambeau tailgating.
Well, Banky is,
right?
you know, during the season we
he's
try,
not here
and
right
definitely
now,
during
but I want
camp,
to
it's there,
shout out
you
him.
know.
Nagler, I felt my
definitely.
whole life that I felt like I'm gonna have to be friends with Banky at some point. So, I mean, he's
It'll happen.
Person. He's got
It'll
the
happen.
drinks. He's
We
got.
have another
I mean,
hand
look at
raised
the
if you
Lambo.
wanna
You see the Lambo ambulance behind me that pops up in the video, bro. Hanging out with John Kuhn's mom. All the things. You know what I'm saying? Like, full disclosure.
All the
A year ago,
things.
I was wanting to make a YouTube show about Packer culture, like in the actual, you know, culture of the
Right.
tailgating and stuff. Then I got into other things like that I do with my whole life with like influencing and like media. But like
We
the
have
other day, it
John
hit me like a
Kuhn.
lightning bolt. Like with all the world's going.
Hey, yo, you were just talking about Doug. You were just talking about one of our next guests. I got to cut you off. I'm sorry, buddy. Thanks so much for the amazing video, because it's incredible. But right now, I gotta welcome in a Packers legend and a somewhat completely disassociated colleague, somewhat 3 times removed if you talk about the Packers Radio Network. We got John Kuhn in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, John Kuhn joining us here on Cheesehead TV. John, what's up, buddy? Oh, no, you're muted. Oh, you're muted. There it is. Unmute.
What's up, Nagler? Happy draft day to you.
There he is. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
I'm doing great. Super excited, super pumped. Ready for this first round to start really getting rolling here so we can find out who's going to be helping out Jordan Love this year.
I mean, that's what it's about, right? Especially, it's funny you say that, because it's all this kind of talk about, like, the Aaron Rodgers thing has taken up so much oxygen, right, throughout kind of the last month. And then you look at, okay, but the Packers have to put a team on the field next year. Jordan Love is going to be under center. Like, who's going to be playing with him? We've got, obviously, a pretty promising class from last year. What do you think at 13? Do you think it's you have to help your quarterback, or do you think Brian stays true to the board and possibly edges in play? Or where do you see it going?
You know, they're really at an interesting spot at 13. I've talked about this a lot the last couple of weeks. When you talk about you can draft best available, I mean, you look at the Packers roster right now, where they're at with the position groups on offense, especially the skill positions. I would not be surprised if any one of those positions are addressed early on. You have some spots on the defensive side at edge, safety, and interior defensive linemen that obviously need to be addressed. And yet, if you took a position like a lockdown corner or an offensive tackle for the future, you could validate that as well. So I really think at 13, you could do anything. You could really go off the board. But as we know, Brian Gutekunst, he likes to make moves in drafts. He likes to get the guys that he targets.
Yes.
And at 13, that really puts you in a spot where you can really figure out who you think is the best player. Let's say a JSN. If you really think he's the best wide receiver in this draft, which a lot of people do, he might not be around at 13, but you might be able to sneak up to a 9 or a 10 in order to get him. So there's so many different ways, so many different directions that this thing can go. And it's so variable and unpredictable, even more so than any other year with this draft, that I you know, you could flip a coin and try and guess what Brian Gutekunst is going to do.
Right. Let me ask you this, because obviously you've played the game, right, at the highest level, and you've played in a particular style of offense. I keep hearing this kind of bandied about this year, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. Because Aaron was so heavily invested and involved when it came to what they wanted to do on offense, and now obviously he's been traded, he's in New York, we're going to finally see the Matt LaFleur offense. I keep hearing that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how true that is. Do you think that that's like, because to me, Matt has said repeatedly both before, when Aaron was here, but even now at the owners' meetings, what have you, it is a collaborative process. I don't know what that means. Do you think it's going to be markedly different, or do you think it's somewhat similar with maybe, tweaks here and there?
Well, okay, so there's two,
Houston takes
there's two
Anderson.
facets to a Matt LaFleur offense. It's the game planning side of it. It's how he game plans for other teams, and it's the play calling side of it. He talked in the past very heavily about how the game plan was not just it was he and Aaron Rodgers. They worked on these things together, hand in hand, and how they were going to prepare for these teams, how they were going to try and attack
You also
defenses.
have
And
Pete
that's not,
Geoffrey.
that's not independent of the Green Bay Packers. That's what good teams do with good quarterbacks. They let their quarterbacks have input. Then you talk about on the field when the play gets called. We know Aaron Rodgers, and this was a big deal at the beginning, 2019, 2020 of Matt LaFleur era. Aaron Rodgers had the ability to audible, throw looks, throw keys, change things all around when you get onto the field. A Matt LaFleur, when you talk about what his offense should be, the tree that he comes from is a Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan type tree. That tree takes a lot of, not all of it, but it takes a lot of the decision making away from the quarterback. It simplifies things. It makes it easier choices for the quarterback. It's a lot more hands-on for a coach. When they game plan, they have keys and looks and reads built into the plays so that the play should always have the right answer. And it's just based upon the few keys that Matt LaFleur tells the quarterback to key on. With that being said, Matt LaFleur will also call a couple plays. So he'll call plays that can be canned and switch to different plays. And again, that's off of what Matt LaFleur tells the quarterback to do. So I think we're going to see, when you say how much of this is going to be Matt LaFleur, I think the offense is still going to be similar. We're still going to have crossing routes all over the place. Outside zone is still going to be a big part of the scheme, especially with Jordan Love's mobility to be able to get on the run, get on the move. You're going to want to do that more so than you did with Aaron Rodgers. But you're just going to see more of it. It's going to be what we've seen in the past, but more. So I would say, yeah, you are going to get more of a sense of what Matt LaFleur does as a game planner, a creator of the script, and then you're going to be able to see Matt LaFleur true play calling style come to form.
Is this the kind of offense you would have liked to play in? I mean, I know, like, when you play with Mike and the guys there in Green Bay, it was much more West Coast centric. Is this something that you would have enjoyed?
This is the one thing I found out. I played in 3 different styles of offenses. In Pittsburgh, it was smash mouth counter. It was downhill run. It was power. It was BIM. It was all kinds of things like that with deep play action shots and quick 3-step drops for the pass game. The 2 years that I was there, and then I came and I was in a pure West Coast offense. That thing got morphed more into a West Coast quarterback make the decision, offense make the decision on the field. There was a time when, when our offense was primarily no huddle, and we would run no huddle plays. We would call the plays on the field based off of how the defense lined up. And then when I got down there with Sean Payton, man, that thing, the whole run game was based off of duo. It was more downhill, but that offense, that it went in many different angles and webs and directions. So there was no true, like, one thing you could hang your hat on in a Sean Payton offense. I say all of that. I had fun in all of them. I enjoyed all of them for a bunch of different reasons. Obviously, there's something to be said about a fullback and a power run game like we had in Pittsburgh. That was a lot of fun because you're a lot of hands-on stuff there. But the West Coast, especially my first few years in Green Bay, the West Coast was truly great for me because I loved blocking, and I also loved getting out into the flat, catching a screen, catching a ball, doing a little belly here or there. So there's a lot of different things in the West Coast offense that fit my game really well. But Matt LaFleur's offense uses a fullback too. I think it would be fun.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm sure you've heard this before. I'm sure you're going to hear this for the rest of your life, but I'll always appreciate the job you did on the play in Chicago when you come across formation and pick up Julius Peppers, allowing Aaron to hit Randall Cobb for the big touchdown. Do you get, like, does that play get mentioned to you like pretty much every day of your life? Because I'm serious. Like, I just see your name or hear your name, and that's the first play I think of.
Yeah, and It's probably the play I'm most associated with, especially with fans as well. It was a very important play for that season. It was a very symbolic play for that season because that was the season Aaron Rodgers broke his collarbone. Randall Cobb had the leg injury in Baltimore. We missed both those guys for about 2 months of the season, and then they came back for that Chicago game, and us being able to get over the hump in that Chicago game and win that. It was a big play. It was a big moment. It was a big game in my career, probably even in Aaron's career and Randall's career. But it's funny you mentioned Matt LaFleur's offense because that play was only possible because it allowed the offensive line to make adjustments on the field. It allowed the quarterback to make adjustments on the field. It allowed myself, the blocking back on the play, to make adjustments on the field. It allowed the wide receivers like Randall Cobb to adjust his route on the play during the play. Matt LaFleur's offense has some elements of that built into it. But I don't think I'd have been doing the scan that I did had I been in Matt LaFleur's offense. I would have had my nose in an A gap trying to pick up whoever was left in the A gap at that point in time.
I love it. John, I can't thank you enough for hanging out and stopping by and chatting with us even just for a little bit. I know it's draft night. Everyone's really busy. I really appreciate the time, man.
Who do you think they're going to take? Let me interview you a little bit now. At 13, who do you think they're going to take?
I think they're going to take like Van Ness, the edge player from Iowa. That's what I think they're going to do, right? I really want them to take Darnell Wright, the tackle out of Tennessee. I think either one of those are probably in the mold of what they would do. You'll be able to knock me over with a feather if they take JSN. Like, I know that's what Packers fans want to have happen. Like, that has been all up in my Twitter feed all month, really. I just don't see it. I think, you talk about the Packers and the way they operate and the way they invest long-term in premium positions. I think they're going to want an edge or a tackle. And I think they're going to both be on offer at that pick. And I just don't, like, as talented as JSN is, and he is, like, you can get Mingo later. You can get any number of guys later that are going to be really good in this offense and really good complementary pieces to what you've got cooking with Watson already and Dobbs and what have you. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I know there's been a lot of talk about a tight end there. I can't imagine they'd take a tight end at 13, but I didn't think they would take an off-ball linebacker last year. So that's what you said. Like, flip a coin, man. There's so many possibilities. None of it would really surprise me too much.
There really are so many possibilities. I'll tell you this, though, speaking with the people that I know that evaluate and that grade and kind of set boards, this draft it's a really unique draft. There's only about 15 to 20 guys that have first round grades on them anyways. So the whole notion that Brian could trade back up into the end of the first round really puts that into question. Would he trade back into the first round if guys don't actually have first round grades? Would he keep draft capital? Because they look at the draft as capital. Each position is assigned a value of points, and they're trying to get those players that are worth those points. It's like you're going to the shopping mart and you're trying to take your points and buy something that's worth more points with the points that you have.
Right.
And I see that happening with Brian. I will say about JSN, and everybody's excited about it. I don't know if he'll be around at 13. He is the consensus best wide receiver in a draft that is not near as deep as other wide receiver drafts that we've seen in recent history, not near as deep as next year's wide receiver draft. So I don't think he'll be there at 13, but if he is and we're still picking at 13, man, that would be a hard one to pass up because you're talking about you'd have 3 pass catchers for Jordan Love to spend multiple seasons with. That would be something to be exciting about.
I'm all in on this idea. And plus it would help my Madden game, which is really the most important thing here. I mean, if we're really being honest.
When do you get on the sticks?
Oh, dude, come on now. Almost every night. Are you kidding me? Yeah, no, I'm a total Madden junkie. It's terrible. Oh yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's like a disease. Like I can't not play. I have to play at least once a day. It's awful. It's awful. And it's always somebody online. And I can hold my own, but inevitably there's like some 12-year-old who knows like every button and every like zone blitz and like gets me bad, and then I get like rage quit and it's awful. But for the most part, I can hold my own.
Do you like the new Madden games? I know the graphics and everything are cool, but I don't know. There was something about the old Madden.
They're not
where
as
you
good.
could
They're
just
not
pick,
as
like,
good,
about
man.
3
They're
or
not as
4
good.
plays, and you could just run those 3 or 4 plays
Yeah.
and grind it out.
2K1 was where like the 2K1 was like the peak of football, like video game. Like 2K1, 2K and 2K1 on the Sega Dreamcast. That was the peak. And since then, everyone's been coasting. You know, EA got the license, and then they just don't have to innovate and blah blah blah. So, but that's what I mean. Like if I get JSN on my squad, I'm gonna kill some people. It's gonna be great because I'm already like I've been playing with Jordan Love for like a month now, and I'm just you just run the ball, and then you hit him with a deep shot to Watson. People aren't used to that. They're just not ready for it. It's great. It's awesome. I love it. I love it.
Last question for you, Negs. When do the Packers draft a quarterback?
Yes, I think day 2. I don't think I know that I've seen some people saying day 3. I think I would not be surprised, especially because they've got that extra pick from the Jets, and I don't think it's especially in the second round, but the third round. How awful have they been in the third round? Like it's been bad. Like we don't have to sugarcoat it. Like the third round has been
a rough stretch.
Cursed
It's
almost.
been a rough stretch.
So why not get a quarterback? Find a QB that you can develop. And hey, you've been throwing away picks for a decade, essentially. I mean, who was the last third round pick that hit in Green Bay? It's been a long time. So let's get a quarterback and develop him a little bit rather than throwing away a guy at a skill position or whatever.
And if you use a third round pick on a quarterback, then he doesn't have to be graded. You don't have to get graded on a third round pick because he's just going to be the backup.
That's what I'm saying, because he's not going to play. And and here, look, when Aaron took over, they took Braum in the 2nd and Flynn in the 7th. I think they got to invest in the position. I mean, shout out Danny Etling, but you got to get some quarterbacks in the building, and you don't want to spend free agency.
It'll be interesting. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I love it.
They don't have free agency dollars to spend, but they definitely need more arms at camp. So quarterbacks are coming, but how early? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll see. Day 2 or day 3, but they're definitely coming. John, I can't thank you enough, buddy. Have a great night.
Hey,
thanks for hanging out with Packers fans worldwide.
Thanks. Before John goes,
we got a question in the gallery.
No, well, it's
what do we got?
2, 1.
Love you, buddy.
There we go. There we go. That's awesome, baby. That's awesome.
There we go.
Go Kuhn.
Love it. Love it. John, thanks so much, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
And I believe is Pete Doherty here? Did I hear that Pete Doherty of the Green Bay Press Gazette, the man, the myth, the legend, my former video partner at the Green Bay Press Gazette?
He is.
Pete,
Yes, he
how the
is
hell
all
are you,
those
buddy?
things, and he is here.
Oh, the lovely backdrop of the fluorescent lights at Lambeau. How are you, buddy? Good
I
to
know
see
I
you.
can't get this to look right, so you're they don't have the big.
You look great.
The tables in here in this room today, so
you look good. How are you, Pete?
I'm doing well. How about you? It sounds like we're thinking along the same lines for how they're probably going to draft at 13.
You've been doing this long enough. You know how they operate. The one thing I will say, though, is if they're, with Ted, you just knew as far as like what kind of athlete, what positions, whatever, like maybe not the exact pick, but you kind of had a sense of how he was going to go or who would be on the board. With Brian, he has shown, I mean, last year is a perfect example with Quay Walker. Like, they're never going to take an off-ball linebacker. They take an off-ball linebacker. You go back to 2020. You take, running backs don't matter. We totally devalue them. You've got a starter that you found on day 3, and then he takes A.J. Dillon in the second round. So if there's a guy who is shown, like positional value, I don't care. I'm going to take my guy, whoever that might be. It's Brian Gutekunst. So that's where I'm like, okay, like the Van Ness of the world or the offensive tackle, like all of that, I think, okay, that makes sense from Packers perspective. But man, I don't know. Brian has shown he can throw you a curveball.
He has the consistent thing with his first picks, and really even I think you'd say the first rounders, because he's had a couple of years where he's had multiple. He's gone premium position on most of them, but there was the Walker pick. he goes for, size, speed, except Alexander didn't quite meet the height requirement.
Yep.
But they were all big time upside picks, all of them. I mean, Walker's was nothing but upside, for instance. So that's the one thing that gives me pause about Smith and Jigba, because not only is he not a premium
Yes.
position, but he's not an upside guy. Now he's a very good player, and
Right.
Gutekunst might see something in him where he just says he's got these qualities that I don't care if the perceived speed upside
Seahawks
isn't
take the ball
there.
with their
I
spoon.
think this guy's worth the pick, and so I mean, wouldn't be shocked if he took him, but that would be different that would be the one thing that would be different than how he's operated through his first 5 drafts with his first round picks.
I'm in absolute agreement. Let me ask you this, because I haven't talked to you since it happened. With the Rodgers trade and obviously handing the keys to Jordan Love, are you going to miss his sarcastic rejoinders at the podium or the locker where he quips about your line of questioning or whatever column you have written recently?
Yeah, I am. Especially in the last few years, I mean, he was open. He was all about frank discussion and respectful honesty, and he was open to being asked tough questions, and he didn't flinch when he was. Now, after games, players are they're more volatile because they just got done
Yeah,
playing.
it's a little different.
They just lost. So sometimes he'd be a little different in those settings, but a lot of times not. But especially at his locker during the week, you could ask him. In fact, he would say, like you could ask him a question on Sunday, and on Wednesday he'd say, you you asked me that question on Sunday, and I thought about that more this week. So yeah, I'm gonna miss that. He was really enjoyable to cover in that way, as he opened up and just he was all about being respectfully, honest about stuff, or at least confronting hard questions. So I will. I don't know if you will or not, but I will.
No, I'm really glad you said that, because it's an aspect that I haven't really heard anyone kind of put that way, but you're absolutely right. And it's funny you say that, because this past summer, you know how he gets around his locker with the scrum, right? And like a billion people are around there even before he gets there. And he was literally like sitting on the bin that's out in front of his locker, like the hamper where guys throw their kind of dirty shirts or whatever. And I didn't even see him. And I was walking by the scrum, and he said, "Aren't you going to ask a question?" And I was like, and I just kind of did a double take because I didn't realize it was him. And I was like, "Oh, well, yeah, like I can't get a word in edgewise, and because there's a million people." And he literally said, like, no, get in there, ask one, because you always ask good questions. And it was like, that was very different in tone to, say, even 5 years ago, when he was pretty dismissive of the idea of like a blogger asking a question. Like, there was a very noticeable shift in his mindset or in his approach, where I agree with you. I think he very much kind of got to a point where, like, look, I'm just going to tell the truth from my vantage point, and you guys have a job to do, and that's going to be fine. And I don't think it was always like that.
Yeah, and I thought early in his career as a starter, he was really guarded. And I think it's not coincidental, and he might even have talked about it sometime around when he started dating Olivia Munn. I think he started opening up some.
Yep.
And then by the last
Yeah, he
few
did talk
years,
about it.
you could ask him anything. I mean, after that last game, I remember Bill Huber asking him, hey, look, no disrespect intended, but do you still have it? And he didn't flinch. He wasn't insulted by the question. So it was, I kind of felt like sitting in there. It was just like with Favre too, in the later years, especially. I felt like I could ask him just about I could ask him anything. And, he'd consider it and answer it. And he wouldn't be, if you weren't antagonistic about it, he wouldn't be turned off by the question at all.
So you mentioned at the top here that we were kind of in lockstep. Would you be surprised if they? Okay, let me ask you this: what would surprise you? Because there's like things that we know. Okay, they'll never do that, or they'll like say take a punter in the first round. Like those. Okay, those are obvious, right? But what would surprise you if the Packers say they stay at 13, but they select a position or a player that would surprise you?
I think Bijan Robinson would surprise me. Maybe that's not going out on much of a limb, but because he's a super talented guy.
No, I agree, man. I agree.
Yeah, we've thought. I mean, maybe the best guy for his position in this draft, but it just strikes me as good as he is, it's just a little too much of a luxury pick for where they are right now.
Totally agree.
So that would surprise me. At 13, I'm kind of on board with you. I think tight end, that seems a little high, but what if he thinks, because it's all about internal evaluations, right? And what if they look at Kincaid and say, I think this guy is going to be George Kittle or Kelsey. I mean, but those are great players.
Right.
That's saying a lot. But if he thinks that, well, how do you not take him? If you think this guy has a pretty decent shot at being that caliber player, then you take him. But I kind of doubt that he thinks he's that good. So that would surprise me a little if they took the tight end there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, but I also agree that if that's your guy, right, and and you've tried, and I think they probably will, given how this thing is probably going to fall, right? And I know the Cardinals just traded with Detroit, so they're up and they've made a pick. So who knows exactly how it's going to fall? But you have to think, given how whatever's going to be on offer when the Packers are on the clock, they'll probably try to trade down, because I don't think there's a guy there that's like, okay, this is 100% like value pick at 13, but I don't know that there's going to be a market for a team to jump up, just because there are, a finite number of like top flight blue chip guys that teams are going to be enamored with, especially now that the quarterbacks have pretty much started to go, right?
Yeah, and along those lines, I'm trying to think. I probably talked to, let's see, probably only like 6 scouts in this lead up to the draft, but 3 of them, just unsolicited as we're talking, said some form of, and by the way, this is a really bad draft. Like the last one this bad. Right. The last one this bad was 2013. So there's still going to be really good players in it, but to your point,
right?
I'm thinking that makes it less likely there's going to be teams that want to trade up. All you need is one, but because I think the trade back scenario is really plausible and probably a good move.
But they got to find a dance partner.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, they have to find somebody who'll do it, because they probably have the similar grades for a bunch of guys who from where they picked to 20.
You would think. Yeah, no doubt.
I think there's that makes a lot of sense to trade back, but you got to find somebody.
Cardinals picked Pierce.
Yeah.
So let's open it up. I don't know if I don't know what's going on in our gallery here. If anybody's got a question for Pete, feel free to chime in. I don't want to shove him out the door like I was going to do with Kuhn and have people have something to say. We got people with their.
Was picked by Cardinals, and we have a video.
We got the Cardinals have picked Paris Johnson. Let's roll it. Cody did some work. Let's do it. So much for the dream of Paris Johnson falling. That's a great pick by the Cardinals and a smart move to get up and get one of the most premier players in this draft. Who do we got? Who's got their hand raised? Who's the first there in the dark? I can't see names, so Nicole, help me out.
Aaron, what's up, man?
What's up?
What's going on?
How you doing? Not much. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Where are you?
You said, where am I?
Yeah, where are you?
Well, Aaron, it's my picture up on the thing. I don't know who's chit-chatting right now, but
Oh no, have we got Oh, Kenny, I hear Kenny Clark. Oh, where's Kenny? Nicole, can we find Kenny in the Zoom?
Hello?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Kenny, what's up, man?
What's going on? What's going
There
on?
he is. I see him. How are you, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Man, I'm good, man. Just out here enjoying off season.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. You know, look, man, when you're sitting here as a fan and this whole Aaron Rodgers thing is playing out and we don't know anything, and I know you're not like the GM and you're not privy to everything that's going on, but you know, when we're over here, we are so emotionally invested in this thing, but we don't know anything. It's hard, man. It's a hard life over here as a fan. I'm just saying. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough life. Oh, but how are you? How's your off season? How are things in Kenny Clark land?
Man, everything going good, man. You know, it's the second week of OTAs, so you know, everybody we've been hitting the ground running, and you know, the workouts and stuff been great. All the meetings and stuff been great. So we just decided about, you know, what's to come.
That's right. That's right. I don't want to, Kenny. I know I can get in the locker room during training camp and talk to you all I want. So I want to open this up to some fans worldwide, if that's all right with you, man. I just want to
Yeah, that's cool.
have some fans ask you some questions. I know, Nicole, we've got some people with their hands up. We got Harold's here. Harold, do you want to talk to Kenny Clark? Say hi to this man who destroys Vikings offensive linemen for a living.
Yes, greetings to Mr. Clark. You've always been one of the team's rock solid performers. You're steadfast, you're true, you carry the G with all your might. And we've all been begging over the years here on this particular website to give you some help. The mantra has always been, let's get Kenny some help on the line so he can do his thing with greater proficiency. So we salute you for your achievements. You're truly a giant on the Packers squad.
I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Kenny, what do you think as far as these young bucks you have playing alongside you this year? You know, you've got Wyatt, who's, you know, going to be coming in his second year. You got TJ, who had a good year last year. How much do they need to step up their game?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Like I sit in the room now, and you know, you got all the guys. I'm the oldest guy now, and like it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's been good. Like it's been good. All the workouts and stuff been good. You know, and the guys they're hungry. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they understand. You know, with Jay Ford and DY. You know, it's year 2. You know, Chris Slayden and you know, and TJ. You know, TJ's been you know, coming along, and he just got to just be consistent, you know, day in and day out. But you know, I like our group. You know, I like the guys that we got, and you know, those guys, they're all hungry, and they're all ready to start. You know, really just, you know, taking a hold of the defense, taking a hold of the style of play, and really just taking that next step. You know.
I know last year we talked a lot about how you were moving around a lot up and down the line, right? Like you were kicking outside sometimes, you were like clearly kind of all over the place. Do you think that's going to be something that continues going forward, or do they want to like maybe try and have you concentrate on one spot in particular?
I think it's going to be, it's going to be a little bit more, you know, more of me moving. You know, at this moment, we don't really have like a big end right now. Well, like a big end body type. So we'll see, you know, what we do in the draft and everything. But you know, I could play all the positions. You know, I study. You know, I know my job inside and out. I know, you know, every job out there. So you know, wherever they need me to play or you know, whatever they need me to do, I'll be able to do it. So, but definitely, yeah, I'll be moving around, you know, more. So
Raiders Pickerson.
I love it. Who else we got with a hand up? Anybody else want to talk to Kenny? Kenny Clark, a legend Oh, we got somebody. Is that Len?
Len.
Is that Len with his hand up? But Len, you gotta move your camera, dude. We got a split screen here. I only got half of you. What's going on, man? This is some professional production, sir.
Nags, Nags, it's really not about me. Who do you got? You got my kid there?
I got him. What's up, man?
You got me there? You got me nice? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Len. What's going on? What do you got for Kenny?
Yeah, sorry. Hey, Kenny, awesome, man. Yeah, it's not about me right now. It's about my son. Kenny, you're my son's favorite player. I called him down. He just got done with his lacrosse game. I ran upstairs and got him real quick to come down and say what's up to you. So, Dylan, say what's up to Kenny Clark, man.
What's going on, Kenny?
What's going on, Dylan? What's going on?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Just watching this draft and trying to see who we're gonna pick up. It's gonna be a good day. We're gonna get somebody nice.
We came out to Green Bay a couple years ago, and the one jersey Dylan wanted to bring home with him was yours. So when I saw you on the screen, man, I had to run up and get him, bring him down.
I appreciate that.
That's what it's about. That's what the Packers are about, family. You know what I mean, man?
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
We love you out here, bro.
Yes, sir. Love you guys too, man. Thank you.
Len, that's awesome. I love it. Thank you so much, guys. That's dope. Kenny, you're an absolute legend. Do you sit there and root like we do? Like, come on, take another defensive tackle to help me out.
Man, honestly, I'm a fan of the draft. So, I like to, I know a little bit about, some of the guys. So I'm excited to see what direction, that we going and, who we going to pick, and I got a chance to train with some of the guys, throughout the off season. Well, not train with them, but see them train.
Right.
So, yeah, it's been cool. So I'm excited about it. I'm excited about, who we gonna select and, yeah.
Awesome. I love it. I think we got one more for you. Soder had his hand up, I believe. Soder, what's going on, man?
Yeah, so Kenny, I know that you're an incredibly gifted athlete. You've been focused on playing football your entire life. You put all the work in. You've done all that stuff. But is there a particular play or a particular game that you can remember where you just went, oh my dear God, I'm Kenny flippin' Clark, the destroyer of interior lines?
Man, I think that Buccaneers game when we played that playoff game.
Yes, sir.
I just dominated that game, honestly. And
yeah, you did.
Yeah. So yeah, I had a sack.
Yeah, you did. Like it sucks because it's hard to say that because Kenny, I just want to say I know it's hard because it's like you lost the game, right? But you did, man. You can kick serious ass all game long in the most important game of the year. So you can shout that from your chest. So true.
Yeah, for sure. I had to go with that game. I dominated that game from start to finish. And
we have quite a few.
And that was a really good offensive line too. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's still better than our line.
I love it.
But yeah,
Soder, that's a really good question. That's it. That is the game. And Soder, that's why we have
question.
like our fans ask questions. Yeah.
I got a question. Has the time ever ran out in the draft? Like when everybody picking and everything, has the time ever ran out?
Yeah.
Vikings.
Here's the fun fact. Here's the fun fact. It's happened twice, and both times it was the Vikings.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Hey.
Yes, it has.
Back-to-back years. Back-to-back years.
Yes, 2 years in a row.
Wow. Yeah, I always wondered that. I'm watching the time. I'm like, has anybody ever like ran out of time? And
yep.
So what happens? They just skip.
Yep. Whoever's on the clock, whoever's next in order can run the card up and get the pick in. And that's exactly what happened. The first time it happened, I think the Raiders were next. I can't remember for sure. But yeah, the Vikings time ran out. And they're still technically on the clock. But the next team in line can make their pick whenever they want. Like, it's brilliant. Wow. It's hilarious. And yes, it's happened twice. And both times it was the Vikings. Which, you're not unfamiliar with kicking the Vikings' ass. We all know that.
Yeah.
We have Javier.
Yeah, for sure.
I love
That's
it.
my favorite game to play.
I think Javier. Yeah, no doubt. Javier, what's up, man? You got something for Kenny?
Casey, what's up, Nags? Hey, man, I just want to say what's up,
man.
The IE too, man. 909-951, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The IE stand up, man.
Yeah, man. So can Tigerbackers, baby.
That's right. That's right.
I just want to say what's up, man.
Yes, sir. What's up?
I love it.
What's up, man?
And SoCal, man, you guys are legit. Can I just say, like, anytime the Packers are on the West Coast, it's ridiculous how Packers fans show
Oh, yeah,
up.
they show so much love. Like at my camps, you know, anytime I'm out there, I mean, even with like the bars out there, like they always show love. So you know, I got a lot of appreciation for the Packer backers and everybody, man. It's, the 909.
Hey, speaking of
all
like,
the Packer fans from
speaking
Cali.
of your stuff, off the field, man, I loved that Second Chance initiative that you posted on your
Oh, yeah.
Instagram and on some of your socials. That was really cool, dude. That was really cool.
Right?
Yeah, it's just I'm with Angel Tree, so the foundation and my dad is in prison currently, so it's just a organization that they helped me out when I was younger, and they send me presents, they just help develop that relationship with my dad even though he was in prison, and I always I always remembered that, and when I got to the league, I was trying to figure out like a organization I could donate to, and that just came to my mind, and Angel Tree, we just developed that relationship, and and I just kept that relationship going with them, and it's been awesome because I get a chance to just talk to kids that's in the same situation that I was in, and it's just been awesome just to put my hands on those kids and show them show them that they can make it out and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's been dope.
That's awesome, man. And look, I highly encourage any Packers fan watching this to check out Kenny's socials. All of his affiliations are there. That initiative in particular really struck me, man. That is dope that you do that, because I mean that's what it's about, right? You get in this position and you want to pass it on and you want to help, and that's what you're doing. And it's so great, man. It's so great, and it's great that you're here. I can't fathom. And I want to tell you this story because I know I'm probably told you this before, but when you were drafted, Corey and I were doing a stream in this building, but we were up another floor, and I wanted Miles Jack in the worst way. Like, I cannot tell you. This is the draft that broke me. This is the draft that changed my entire viewpoint of the draft, right? And I was in the Miles Jack, and I had talked to his agent, and he was like, yeah, they like him, and they have looked at his knee, and they're going to take him. And I know they were like this close to taking him, and then they decided not to, and they took you instead. And I was like, oh, no, who is this guy? Why are they taking this kid? Like, what in the world? And now you're one of my favorite players ever. So that's the draft that completely changed everything for me. And I thank you for that, because you came to Green Bay and kicked ass.
You just never know, man. You just never know. You gotta wait till that guy get in the building, and you gotta see what that guy about.
See, I'm glad we got you before the Packers pick, because I know there'll be Packers fans out there like, who is this? They picked the wrong guy, blah, blah, blah. It happens every year. And I'm like, just let him get on the field. Let him do his thing.
Yeah, I remember that. I was like, man. Everybody was like, man, who is Kenny Clark? Man, who is Kenny Clark? David Smith and who else was it?
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of guys.
You remember.
So, I mean,
Miles Jack. Miles Jack was a very popular pick.
Miles, we had a long it was a good D tackle class that year though. We had a lot of D tackles that came out that year.
Yep.
There was a lot of good players in that draft. But
it's crazy too. Like, I always kind of marvel at how young you were. Like, the fact that you're still so young. It's crazy. I love it. Kenny, you're an absolute legend for joining us tonight, man. I really appreciate the time. Keep killing it, man. Good luck this year, and I'll see you at training camp.
I see you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Take it easy, man. Love you, bro.
Have a good one. Yep.
You too.
Falcons pick Bijan Robinson.
The Falcons did it, man. The Falcons took the running back. Holy cow. 8th overall. What is this, 1984? Holy cow. I can't believe it. That's amazing. That's an amazing pick. Joseph, I see you there, buddy. Joseph, what do you think? Positional value, player, fit with the Falcons. What do you think?
You know,
Oh,
well, I first did going back to the big board that we published for the draft. I initially
right.
had Bijan Robinson in the top 10. And again, I second guessed myself, like, no. But he truly is a special back. And special backs go in the first round. I mean, we think about Ezekiel Elliott, going to the Cowboys. He was top 10? And Bijan Robinson is that kind of dude. So, I mean, more power to him. I hope he's in the league for a long time. I really was hoping, especially Atlanta, they were going to look for an offensive guy to round that offense out and not, just throw away the Desmond Ridder pick. So I think this is a match made in heaven.
I love it. I mean, I hate that it's in the NFC, but I love the player. There's zero doubt about it. And they got a young, fun offensive core kind of brewing in Atlanta there. There's no doubt about it. Hey, is Tyler still here? Tyler Herrick, are you still around? I know you're probably coming and going as the evening progresses. Tyler, hey, Nicole, can we take the gallery wide for a second? And Tyler, can you kind of control things here for a second? I got to run to the restroom real quick without Corey Benke here. I got nobody to take over. So if you can just say hi to folks, and Nicole, if you can just bring Tyler up as the main, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Like not even like a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Be right back.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, while he does that, I guess we'll go over some of these picks. This is getting crazy up in here. A lot of trades, kind of like we expected, right? I mean, we got Bryce Young going 1 overall. That was kind of the consensus #1 pick here. And then CJ Stroud goes to the Texans. People kind of thought that might happen as well. But then the Texans trade back up to select Will Anderson Jr. So the Texans are building an entire team through the draft, apparently. And then the Colts go out and make their splash pick. They take Anthony Richardson, which kind of a cool pick for the Colts. Joseph, if you're not on mute, what do you think about that pick right there? Anthony Richardson going to Indianapolis, huh?
I think that was just kind of a precluded kind of pick there. I think we pretty much knew that Anthony Richardson was probably he was a dark horse for first overall, but just that rawness is probably what made him slide to the Colts. I think overall, if we're talking about the projection, he will probably outperform Bryce Young and Will Levis and CJ Stroud. It's just he just needs the right system, the right coach, and the Colts coaching staff is probably, what is that, Frank White still? He'll still, be the guy that can help him develop, because that's pretty much what made him break out of Florida. He wasn't going to get any better in Florida. It just wasn't the right fit as far as for a coaching staff. So jumping to the pros, I had a 2nd round grade on him last year. I didn't think he was going to fly all the way up into the top 10. It might be a little rough to start out, but I'd say if they stick with him, they build an offensive line around him. They've got, some weapons there. And then obviously Jonathan Taylor is the ultimate security blanket right now for him. I say maybe 3 to 5 years, you might see like a Josh Allen type rise out of a Richardson. So I think it's a safe pick. It's a great pick.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. There's a lot of he's pretty polarizing, believe it or not. I mean, people either love him and think he's going to be the next, McNabb or Newton, but or they hate him and they just don't think he's worth any time. So I mean, him going that high, just like you said, that's probably. They knew they were going to do that, right? I mean, at some point. How about this, though? Seattle coming in and picking Devin Witherspoon. This is interesting because now that opened up. You thought Jalen Carter was falling before. He's still falling. What do you think is going to happen there?
I think the Eagles are going to take him.
The Eagles are on the clock.
That's what I think.
And they typically, you would think, if you've ever been to Philly, it's not a nice town. But you would think that they would,
There's nice parts. Come on, don't do Philly like that.
It's not a nice town.
A guy who's maybe got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They do not do that at all. So I think Jalen Carter would be another match made in heaven, given, the Eagles, their penchant for a dominant defensive line. but I just don't know.
There it is. We call it. He's taking Carter. They're taking Carter. There it is. It's on Twitter.
I mean, personally,
Not
the
to
street
spoil the
racing
pick for
thing,
anybody watching.
I mean, I get it. Yeah,
Oh, spoil away.
somebody, died, but I mean, he's just, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we gotta remember these guys are kids. They're under 25 years old. I think we don't give them that credit to make those mistakes. And then probably some of these GMs and whatnot, they've made worse mistakes, and they've gone on to be productive members of society. So I don't think we need to hold that against them. It was an egregious thing, but I don't think for the long term he's going to be an issue.
I love.
Looks like
So
the
I just
Bears-
found out our
they're
producer,
taking Darnell Wright.
the Bears did. Oh, they're taking my
Bears
guy.
just took Darnell
See,
Wright.
this is like when they
Sorry,
took David Montgomery.
Sorry, Nagler.
They're taking my guy. This is what they do. The Bears take my guy.
It's literally because
damn
you
it.
said it.
I know, because I put it out in the universe.
Oh man. That's
I just found out from our producer that her comms have been going through the program. That's hilarious. Like, she's been saying stuff in my ear, but apparently it's been going out on YouTube. It's great. What's up, Nicole? How you doing? How you doing tonight? Say hi to the people, Nicole. Yeah, Nicole, say hi to Packers fans worldwide. There you go. See, it's part of the gig. It's all good. This is CHTV. It's how we roll. All is well. Wait, I'm not going to go to Doug yet, because God knows what's going to happen when I do. I do want to go back to the gentleman who is in the dark, who I was going to right when Kenny came on. I can't see the name, but what's up, sir?
Hey, Nags. Yeah, I'm just sitting outside here at Fast Ash Cigar Bar, aka my house, and sitting outside, and I can't carry the G down here, but don't know if you can see. But what I did was I went with a beverage that at least the can looked like carry the G. It's Mango Cart, so I went with the.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Get to
I love it.
carry the G. The quick thing that I was going to say originally, after the Texans took Stroud, I thought, well, they're going to take Smith and Jigba, at 12 right in front of us. But they traded back up. But to tell you the truth, I am still, and I kind of said it on Happy Hour the other night, and I think he's a great player. I'm still on like edge or offensive line, because I think with our 2 picks in the second round that we can get. I mean, Darnell Washington is one of my draft crushes on that, but for the slot, and I think we need somebody in the slot. But man, I really like Jalen Hyatt. If we could get somebody on the offensive line, or an edge at 13, and then with our 2 second picks, address that around there. I just think that would be, to me, that would be amazing. And I think that kid, and that speed that kid has got in the slot, and you put him with Watson, and I think they'd be hard to handle. What do you think?
You're cooking then. You're cooking. No doubt. I mean, it's tantalizing. There's no doubt. I agree. I don't know if I don't see it happening, but hey, that's why we're all watching, right?
I don't think they're going to take Hyatt. I mean, I think Washington is a real possibility, but and don't get me wrong, I would love to have an offensive weapon at 13, but good heavens, man, if we could address a little bit more of the offensive line, or if there's still somebody on the edge that would help us. I just think with our 2 second round picks that they can really be cooking with gas.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's do it. I'm all in. I'm all in on the second.
Just like my T-shirt that I got from you, right? All gas, no fucking brakes.
That's what I'm talking about. See, you feel it. Thanks, man. I really appreciate you checking in. Thanks for supporting Cheesehead TV, dude.
Thank you.
Oh,
sir.
of course, dude. Absolutely. Big Kahuna. What's going on? Is that Harold? We got Harold in the house? What's up, buddy?
Hi, Aaron. Yeah, thanks
are you,
for
sir?
the honor of letting me speak to Kenny Clark, who I'm sure you would agree has really been one of the mainstays of the Packers the last several seasons. And it's nice
Zero
to
question.
get to say hello to the players, and in a way it humanizes them, and they're not just these figures playing out on the giant TV screen. So it's really
Totally agree.
special that you're able to attract some of the Packers to your broadcast. So that's a tremendous privilege. But with respect to some of the picks that have already been made, I think it plays to the Packers' advantage because there's so many more outstanding players, except for the one that you named, who are being pushed down towards number 13 on the list. So I think this does play in the Packers' advantage. And I would hope that we would take either an offensive or defensive lineman, because I truly think that's the inherent core weakness of the Packers the last several seasons, because ever since Z left for the evil Vikings, we haven't had a consistent pass rusher except for last year
Rashawn.
when I can't even remember his name. I haven't been following football for several months now. When he started to play well until he got injured, you know who I'm talking about.
Rashawn Gary. Rashawn.
Yes, of course. Yes, my God. Yes, Rashawn Gary. So I would think those are our glaring weaknesses. But I also think that given the uneven performance of the offensive line last year, which probably cost us 2 or 3 games, that we really need to bolster the line, because a lot of the players didn't perform up to expectations. And of course, Bakhtiari was still playing injured or not at peak performance for a while.
Right.
And who knows how long he's going to last, unfortunately. I mean, he's coming on your show, I think. So I shouldn't say that, but naturally
He might be. He might be lurking as we speak, Harold. So be careful. No, look, I get it.
One of my
I get
heroes, of course, and he's had injury difficulties, which unfortunately kept him away from the team for so long. So,
right.
But you know, as things go, the line is one of the most injury-prone positions. I would take it outside of a wide receiver. I don't know what the statistics are. So I really think we need to bolster the offense and the defensive lines. And as far as taking a wide receiver, my only observation is 3 years too late. I'm sorry. I had to get that in.
Of course you did. As the resident Rodgers apologist, that's what your job is. So I understand it.
Yes, I'm here actually tonight. I've been called by the Rodgers Anti-Defamation League, so I'm monitoring the broadcast.
That's great. That is great. No, I know. Hey, I understand you're going through a tough time right now, looking at Aaron Rodgers in a Jets hoodie and throwing passes to Alan Lazard on a Jets practice field. I understand, man. I get it. I get it. It's tough.
Yeah, I'm really suffering watching Rodgers find a team that really wants him. So, yeah, that's going to be terrible having to watch both Rodgers.
And it's amazing watching him show up for off-season workouts. It's like, you know, and hearing him say, this is a really important team building time, and showing up for off-season work when he hasn't for the last 3 years. It is really incredible. It really is.
Get him, Max. Get him. He's found a second life in Gotham. We wish him well in the
we all do.
evil regions. And I think everybody wishes Aaron Rodgers well. And it was time
the
for
best.
him to
Nothing
go.
but the best.
After 18 years, it's perhaps time for a change. And why not?
It was time.
Look what it happened to Joe Namath. It happened to Montana. It happened to Peyton Manning, who went on to win a Super Bowl. And of course, Tom Brady, who is probably the most prominent example of somebody who left his longtime team and went on to win a Super Bowl with the next one. So let's see what happens.
First year there, no doubt. I hear you, Harold. I hear you.
Nagler.
I really appreciate you checking in, buddy.
Nagler, it's
Really, really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Nagler, it's
Tyler, yes. What's up?
We are
Yeah.
basically one team away from being on the clock here. Just wanted to give you an update.
I know. I'm very
Of course,
excited.
Titans the pick is in, right? Twitter is saying that Skaronski's the pick. I know we talked about spoilers. There are a lot of people that don't like them. You and I, Nagler, we enjoy the spoilers. We'll continue to spoil.
I don't care.
whether
Yeah, I
you
don't
like it or
care. If
not
you don't
on
want
this-
picks
on this
tipped,
stream.
don't be here. That's 100% it. Wait, so who took Skaronski?
Exactly. Yeah. So Twitter, the Titans are taking Skaronski. Okay. And then the Lions
Okay,
are up
all
next. Okay. So Lions are up next.
Right.
And then it's us.
And I
So
know,
we're-
I know, I know, I
very
fucking,
close.
I know, I absolutely put it out into the universe for the Bears to take Darnell Wright. That is completely my fault because I let it be known that I like Darnell Wright, much like I let it be known that I like David Montgomery. So of course the Bears take them. Of course they did. Although I will say
That's
now
all
there's
right.
already,
Nagler
we already
is,
got Justin. We already got Nagler's never right. It's right here. We got Justin already with a super chat.
Exactly.
Darnell Wright equals bust. Rashawn is licking his chops. I don't think Rashawn's gonna be licking anything until he gets on the field. So let's just relax here. Let's just I don't know. Darnell Wright's a really good football player. So I don't know if we're really at the level of Darnell Wright is a bust. Wait, go back to Tyler for a second, Nicole, because I want to ask him something. So here's my question, Tyler. When the Packers make their pick, whoever it is, are you ready for the vitriol that is going to be directed at the Cheesehead TV social accounts? Because you know that's coming. Here's the thing.
Of course.
We represent the Green Bay Packers. We are paid by the Packers according to all these detractors and people who think they like the Packers, but they hate everything they do for whatever reason. And then they come and attack us, i.e. you, on social. So are you prepared is what I'm asking.
You know, since 2019, I was born ready for this duty that I've taken on to just be the sounding board for Packers fans worldwide, across Packers Twitter. And yeah, it's been an honor. It's been a privilege. Although I will say, as you were talking about that, I was thinking to myself, like,
yeah,
the vibe feels a little bit different. I don't know if the Rodgers stuff has just kind of covered it up, but the vibe is not
taking
so
it out of everybody
dramatic
right?
this evening. I think there was a point where it's like, okay, we're in the middle of the Super Bowl window and they need a player now because the fantasy football heads have rotted everyone's brain into believing that the draft is the only way and free agency is the only way, and getting an impact player now is basically what I mean, the only way to win a Super Bowl. So the fact that we're not there and we're in this, people call it a rebuild. You can call
we
it
got to
whatever you want.
build again. We got to build again. Yeah.
Got to build again, right? So now we're in this building phase. So I don't think people really, they're not that like Jones. And I mean, yes, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yes. What's his face?
I was going to say, you say all that, but just wait another half hour. And when the Packers don't take who everybody wants, they're going to be burning up the charts. I will say this though, because every once in a while I do log into the Cheesehead TV account to post something, a video or what have you, or retweet something or whatever. And every time, and I'm not exaggerating, every time I do, I'm like, I'm so glad Tyler does this. Cause it's awful. Every time I look at just any of the mentions, I'm just like, who are these people? Why are they so miserable? Why do they call themselves Packers fans, but hate the Packers? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
You got to learn to eat the hay and spit out the sticks, man. Just
there you go.
Use the mute button like you taught me and filter through.
Yes. Life's too short. Mute and move on. Wait, so have the Titans have taken Skaronski, right? And we have one of Cody's videos for him. So let's roll the video, Nicole. Let's do it. Oh yeah. Learn more about this
Nagler, we
prospect at the CHTV draft.
We got
guide.
breaking news.
I love it.
We got breaking news, Nagler.
What's that?
We have breaking news.
What's
The
that?
Lions just took running back Jahmyr Gibbs, and the Packers are on the clock.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Like, I don't care who the Lions took. The Lions are the Lions, man. Let's go. Let's go.
Up Twitter. Here we go. Here we go. Twitter is blowing up. Everyone's screaming for Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Oh, here it is.
It come to flourishing?
So the Lions didn't want to pay Jamal, and they took Gibbs. God bless the Lions,
man.
And half their team is
Wild.
suspended. That's hilarious.
Come on. Come on, everyone on Twitter. Our buddy Monty from his Last Call Lambo podcast.
Love Monty. Yes, yes, yes.
Goody, you have a chance to be petty here. Don't mess this up.
That's great. All right, let's see what they do here. Let's go. Let's go. Come on now.
Officially on.
I'm scouring Twitter, Tyler, as I'm sure you are.
I'm refreshing. Refreshing. We are on the clock. They're going to take their sweet time, aren't they?
Trade back.
Yeah, of course they are. Let's
Yeah,
go.
they could trade
Come on
back
now.
too right now.
Oh, hey, Nicole, there's a video uploaded to Live Show Creator that I just uploaded of a bunch of Packers War Room meanderings from Brian and Mark and Matt. If you want to download that and play it. Because it's an annual tradition. We get the behind-the-scenes stuff. Love it. Nicole,
what are they gonna
copy,
do?
downloading. Nicole, you can just talk over comms. It's okay. When people can hear you, it's fine. It's like they've already heard your voice, and there are already people asking for you to say their names in the chat. It's hilarious. I love it.
So
Let's go.
who asked me what they were gonna do?
All right. What do we got, people? What do we got? Does anybody see it?
Refreshing.
Andy Herman says, I'll be tipping the pick. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, people. I want to know. See, here's my other thing. Like, people are always like, don't you want to wait and watch Goodell announce it? Fuck no. I want to know who the next Green Bay Packer is as soon as possible. Clip that for social. Good Lord.
They're taking their time.
Yeah, well, they're going to. You know, that's what they do. It's all right. All right, Nicole, roll it while we're waiting. Roll it while we're waiting. Here we go. Here's live video of Brian Gutekunst telling Matt and Mark and the draft room who he's going to pick. There he is. Look at him. He's like, yeah,
ahead,
you
lip
know,
read.
I just thought this dude was really good. Boy, this is great. Look at it. Oh my God. Awesome. And they always have the same cups. Those cups have been in there forever. Okay, see, I love this. You see Susan Finko there, and like the board is there, and there's Ed Policy. And like, why are all those people there? Why do they get to, like, why are they there? They're not part of the process. Like, I love them. Bless them. They're part of the Green Bay Packers. They're very important to the organization. But why are they in the draft room? And especially, why are they on video? That makes no sense to me. Matt looking dapper. As Corey has said in the past, you'll never find a better looking man without a tie or with a tie.
Are we looking at our new
Gutekunst
president in
knows.
the background there?
Yes, you are. That's Ed Policy. He's coming up. He's next in line. He's
Ooh, the
most
Packers
likely
are
going to be the
taking-
next president and CEO. Matt. Good look, Matt. Ed Policy looking very regal without a tie. Very nice. Trying to up the game there with LaFleur in front. I like it. But if we take this guy,
Born to be a president of a team.
exactly. Well, what's crazy is he ran the XFL, or no, was it the no, not the XFL. Sorry, the Indoor Football League, the Arena League. He ran the Arena League for like 2 years, I want to say. Like, so he's got tons of like executive experience on the football side. Obviously, his dad was very involved both with the 49ers and the Browns. but yeah, he's been with the Packers for a long time, and he is now kind of the heir apparent to Mark Murphy, who has to retire in now less than 2 years.
The pick is in. The pick
Tyler,
is
you're
in.
killing me. What's going on here? Pick is in. Roll the graphic. The pick is in. Packers have not traded back.
Max, I'm just saying, I've seen enough Packer drafts over the years. Also, hi, Tim. Good to see you.
It's Van Ness. They're taking Van Ness. The Packers are taking Lucas Van Ness. And we have a video. We have the video for Van Ness. Let's roll it. Let's go, baby.
Stroud looking. Stroud in trouble, and Stroud taken down. Lucas Van Ness.
Yeah, baby, let's go! Your newest Green Bay Packer, Lucas Van Ness, edge out of Iowa. I do want to give some shine, some run to our work, our very, 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 very incredible work from all the folks who put together the draft guide here at Cheesehead TV. But I do want to give a little bit of edge. There we go. Brennan did the write-up for the Edge Group, and I want to read what he wrote about Lucas Van Ness. Let's see what he's got. He's got Van Ness. Well, there it is. There it is. Sorry about that. In a nutshell, Van Ness never started a game for the Hawkeyes. That didn't stop him from leading the team with 46 pressures this past season. Over the past 2 seasons, Van Ness recorded 19 tackles for loss and 13 sacks. I won't go into everything that's written here, but I will read the fit with the Packers. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell walks to the podium on Thursday, April 27th, just a few months after the Patriots select Ohio State wide receiver JSN. Okay, well, that's like projection, and obviously they're at 13 now. Green Bay selected in the first round. So Goodell taps on the microphone and announces, with the 13th overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive lineman, Iowa. With his length, 6'5", power, and age, he'll turn 22 in July, Van Ness fits the bill of what Brian Gutekunst is looking for in the first round. If he's on the board when the Packers are on the clock, Gutekunst selecting Van Ness will surprise nobody. And if you had bought the Cheesehead TV draft guide, you'd have known that already. There you go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And look, I know there's going to be all sorts of pushback about JSN, etc., but I love this pick. I want to go to Joseph. Is Joseph here? Joseph, where are you, buddy? Talk to me. What do you think of this pick? What do you think of the player? What do you think of the fit? How do you think he'll survive in this system/scheme? What are you thinking, buddy?
Well, let me first start with the pick. I didn't think they were going to go with Van Ness because I thought he's a little bit too raw. But given the other options, Murphy, who has bone-scratching plays, Breesy with the injury history, I can see where Gutekunst went with that. At first, with the fact with Christian Gonzalez still being on the board, I thought he couldn't resist that. I was like, oh, he's going to take that all day. But Van Ness, great power rusher. He's got some tools, but he's got a little bit of ways to go to development as far as like beating, more experienced offensive linemen who maybe might be able to withstand his bull rush and stay with him. So as far as the projection, I definitely see a Pro Bowler in the future. It's just he's going to take a little bit of development. He's going to lean on old reliable, but on maybe like more savvy offensive tackles, he might have a little bit of trouble. But it absolutely fills the need. I think we talked about that during the chat earlier this week, where the defensive line was a glaring, sneaky need. So Vanessa fills that up. I think they're going to look for one more guy to add to that rotation. But I have no qualms with it at all.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is it's clearly, and this is the thing that I kept coming back to when we chatted all throughout this last month, is the projection of development, right? He's clearly not a finished product. He's got so far to go. As the draft guide suggests, like he didn't even start, It reminds me of, and it's not a perfect analogy, I understand this, but it reminds me of the Clay Matthews pick, in the sense that, okay, there's a guy who didn't start a whole lot in college ball, but they're projecting where he's headed. And again, with Rashawn not ready for the season, with Preston Smith getting up there towards the end of his contract, I think this pick makes a world of sense.
I think probably the biggest thing with this pick is that you answer the premium question early. So granted, it's not a wide receiver, but we covered that. We're looking for the number 3 guy ultimately in our offense, and there's plenty of those guys further down in the draft. But
I was going to
as far
say,
as this
who do
edge
you?
rushing
So
class,
who?
okay,
Right. I was going to say, who, if you want to like turn your gaze or whatever towards day 2, and you're looking at possible pass catchers, whether it is wide receiver or tight end, are there guys in your mind where you're like, well, they could still? Now I know we got a long way to go tonight, right? Like, I suspect a couple of the tight ends are going to come off the board here at some point tonight, but you got to think there's still going to be plenty of decent pass catching talent available tomorrow.
if we're talking day 2, I'm all in on 2 guys. That's Michael Wilson out of Stanford, which we talked about the last time. And I think a lot of the Twitter verses talked about Bryce Ford Wheaton, who I believe has the highest RAFs of this receiver class. Wilson, I think, is maybe like a tad bit behind him. Let me check my board here. And let's see. Bryce Ford Wheaton is 9.97. And then if you look at Michael Wilson, he's 9.55. So you're talking about 2 of the most athletic catchers in this class. And I think Wilson, he'd probably be late day 2. Wheaton might be late day 3. So, and you can still address the tight end. Washington might be there. Tucker Kraft might be there. So I think day 2, we've got plenty of pass catchers. We don't need to panic. But as far as this edge class, it gets the drop off gets real interesting probably around the 50s. So I applaud Kuhn for taking the guy who's probably going to be able to play right away, and you'll see some production versus guys that might be kind of like uneven to start the season and possibly throughout the season.
I love it, Joseph. You're a legend. I love you. I want to go back to Tyler real quick. Tyler, if you're there, how's the CHTV Twitter handling things? What are the responses like? What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah, it's not going over well. It's not going over well.
Nah.
JSN.
I told
JSN
you.
Or bust.
I told you.
JSN or bust.
Yeah.
And
told you.
What's interesting is the reaction to another defensive player. We talked about how we thought, maybe people.
Right.
Okay, I talked about how I thought maybe people are kind of over that, but no, they were pissed. They were pissed. Let's just say that. They do not want another defensive player.
Told you.
They wanted some weapons for love. The draft is apparently over. Apparently we have no more picks, and that's the only thing we're doing to
No, it's over. Just pack up.
From here on
out. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Yeah.
And we play tonight, by the way.
It's
the
done.
Packers kick off tonight. Jordan
Yeah,
Love
they kick off at I believe at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Yes, of course. I told.
There's no other way.
What did I tell you?
Than right here and right now.
What did I? I love it.
Wow.
All right, I do want to get. There's a lot of people with their hands up on Zoom. I'm sorry. I want to get to everybody.
I got work to do. Anyways. Hold on. I got to post some stuff.
Yeah, you go. I love you, brother. Thank you so much. I do want to say, Doug, keep it short. What's up? Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
I just want to hear it. I got you, buddy. What's up?
Oh,
I don't think my producers are ready though. I hear you. What's going on?
Oh, great. I was predicting maybe a pass catcher there because of the Jeff Query vibes. but I think we got some like Clay Matthew vibes because I got the Clay Matthews jersey on.
There you go. There you go. See,
You know,
you knew.
yeah.
You knew.
So it's all about the vibes and the culture. I really wanted to ask Kenny Clark about his touchdown dance. Nags, like, do you personally have like a touchdown dance that you do? Like if you're playing Madden and you just stomp on somebody and you're so excited, you get up and like do an actual touchdown dance.
No, the only thing I do, I just raise my arms like this because I'm a nerd. But like I just go like that, or sometimes I'll give a.
I'm here to help everybody.
That's
on
about
that, 'cause
fist
I
pump.
think we need more swag on the Packers themselves too. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully Van Ness
Right.
gives them some of that. But do you think that we're gonna go for like a tight end coming up soon? Because that's a need we haven't even really talked about. And I think there's a lot of opportunity because in my mind, the Packers' history is built their success on offense and having reliable pass catchers. And we haven't had a whole lot of reliable pass catchers other than Devontae recently. So in actual strategy talking, I think that they might be thinking that we need like a reliable tight end.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely in play on day 2. And I would not, and thanks, Doug. Thanks for checking in. I would not take it out of the realm of possibility the Packers trade back into the first round for somebody else. I don't think that's like completely out of the realm of possibility. Now, do I think it's likely? No. But I think, yeah, there's a possibility that we see another Packers pick tonight. So we'll see. Doug, thank you so much, man. Who else we got? Well, we got other folks with their hands up. I know we got a lot of people wanting to chime in here.
Oh, I'm on the screen. Hello. Hi.
You're on the screen. What's up, man? Ramses. Sorry.
Ramses, aka Cheeto. I just want to say thank you so much. Hello to the Packer community. You guys have been wonderful. I'm 36 years old.
What's up, man?
So all I've known has been Favre and Rodgers.
Oh, you've only known the good times.
Yeah, I heard you talk about the bad times, and I guess if I look at the History Channel or something or Wikipedia, maybe I can understand something else. But
yeah, check out History Channel for the shit we went through as kids. Let me tell you.
No, I just wanted to thank you.
That's great.
Through COVID, you guys, your videos were wonderful. And then I guess now I'm also
thank
like
you, man.
an Iowa fan. You're not seeing it here. Big Hawkeye fan.
Oh, there you go. Come on now. So you're all in.
I watched a lot of Hawkeye games. We play in a system. We don't get a lot of 4, 3, 5 stars, maybe 3 stars. Every once in a while, breakout player like AJ Epidesa or Brian Bulaga. Lucas Van Ness reminds me of Mike Daniels. You know that guy?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Mike's a friend of show, Mike Daniels. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm super excited about this pick. But anyway, thank you for the floor. Appreciate it. You guys are doing great work. You're doing God's work.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice of you to say, man. Thank you so much. And like, look, the fact that you mentioned like that, you've kind of appreciated what we did through COVID or whatever, or the pandemic. Like, look, man, this draft show kind of spawned out of that, right? Like the idea that we're all kind of shut in and we're all just hanging out and let's all get together, because there was nothing else to do. And it just kind of took off from there. And like definitely the Patreon community certainly kind of happened that way. So
no, yeah, all
it's
of
just
you guys. Great.
it's what Cheesehead TV has been all about, I really appreciate
so
you
I was
saying
raising
that,
a
man.
firstborn, and then I was going to school to get that piece of paper there. And then Cheesehead
There you go.
TV,
Congratulations.
So appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it.
Really appreciate you saying that, man. Thank you so much. All right. Well, what do we got? We got Soder. What's going on, Soder?
It was
How you living?
nice that Harold showed. I'm fantastic. It was nice that Harold showed up tonight. He's been missed on happy hour. We are not in an anti-Rodgers mode. We are in a pro get on the love train mode.
There you go.
Skronsi
There you go.
sad that he got drafted by the Titans. It was an interesting look that he had. I think he wanted to go to
Well, wouldn't you? Knowing that your grandfather played for the greatest organization ever.
No, I totally agree with that. I think the thing about Van Ness is Iowa. It was foreshadowing because I spent the first week of April in Iowa City, and every day I was walking by.
There you go. That was obviously it.
Obviously foreshadowing there. Van Ness is a guy that can pretty much play every position. He can play edge. He can play defensive end. They can move him inside on passing downs. I think there's huge value in that because you can just slide him around. And that is something that we've kind of missed, especially since Z left. Personally, I think I might have gone Gonzalez, but wow, I'm not complaining.
I think he had to have been in play there. Right? Like he had to have been in play. Like it wouldn't have surprised me if Gonzalez was the pick there. It absolutely would not have surprised me.
Because I did not think he was going to be available at 13, but
I didn't either. Exactly. That's exactly why. Yeah.
And he's still available, so there might be something more to that than what we understand, because the value of players is set when they're picked.
Right.
But yeah, Van Ness, I'm tickled to death with it. It's a need. You will not win in this league unless you can pressure passers. He is a guy who can pressure passers, and it made a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage. And Cheeto, go Hawks. That's all I got.
There we go. I think we have is it Jim? Jim is next. What's up, Jim?
I love the pick too. I guess Soder mostly said everything I was going to say. I won't bring too much more. I love the pick. I didn't expect him. I thought they were going to take Broderick Jones, but who went a pick after. So, but they do. You got to be able to rush the passer with 4. We haven't been able to. This is what we need, and I think it's a great pick. And he looks like he's got so much upside. I'm very excited.
That's it. And you don't really sound excited, but I know you, so I know this is just how you sound.
This is exciting for me.
I know. I feel you, Jim. I feel you. John, let's go to John next. John, what's going on, man?
So I was just going to say that, first of all, I like the pick, but I was going to more speak to fans dogging whatever we do.
Always.
It's funny when you see everything's binary. It's like politics. You either love Rodgers or you hate him. And if you say, hey, it's time for him to move on, you hate him. And if you draft defense, you sure draft offense. Everybody's like contrarian on it. Whatever they do, it's going to be the opposite thing.
Yep.
And
1000%.
what I think is funny is the Rodgers fans are all like, well, he's going to New York where they finally have a defense. And then we draft a defensive player and they go, what do we do in draft a defensive player? It's constant, just the opposite of whatever there is.
Yeah, I get it. But look. Look, I get it. Yeah, and they want to be able to say, I told you so. Like, that's more important than fandom for some people. And I get that. And Corey and I have talked about it a lot. But I will also say, the Packers have literally taken a defensive player every fucking draft for like almost over a decade now, other than one time when they took Jordan Love. So I get when fans go, why do we keep picking defensive players, but our defense sucks? Like, I get it. I understand. So, Joe Barry, you're on the clock. That's all I'm saying.
I get that part. I don't disagree. It's just, I just like the contrarian part gets old.
I know. I feel you. Nicole, who we got next? I don't want to miss anybody. We got Tim. Tim Backus is here. What's up, Tim? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. So as you know, I know very little about most of the actual prospects, but I do know a lot about.
That's what we like around here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I do know a lot about the way Packers fans like prepare themselves for the draft and get them hyped up over what is inevitably not going to happen. And so like, it was just like the most predictable thing. Literally right before they took the pick, I was getting ready to say
like the most predictable thing.
Yes, it is. It is absolutely classic Packers draft to have this really sexy offensive pick standing right there that all the fans are clamoring for. And then for them to go with a relatively unsexy pick instead, that gets everybody mad. And it's like clockwork every single year. And I actually have come to really embrace this. I feel like I find a lot of humor in this. And so it's hilarious. You go on Twitter and you scroll through and the reactions are so predictably dumb. And it's like, I know nothing about this dude. I'm
All right,
sure
all
he's
right.
gonna be great.
Whoa. I don't know if they're dumb, but they're passionate. Like, I get it. Like, yes, is it over the top a lot? Like, do they call the Packers idiots or whatever? Like, yeah, I get it. And it's like, it comes off as unintelligent, but more often than not, I'd say 90% of the time, it's just people being passionate. Like, you know what I
think
mean?
what I'm
Because
earlier-
they've been fed this,
Right. What I'm mostly referring to is the people going on, like, responding to the Green Bay Packers tweet announcing the pick that the dude is tagged in, and then just like trashing him.
Right.
That
Yeah,
is, and it's just like, of
I
course
hear
that's
you.
gonna happen immediately. But no, I mean, edge makes a ton of sense. It's a position in need. They got to rush the passer better. Gary's out for a while. Probably half the year. So
Probably. I mean, who knows? They keep saying he's ahead of schedule, so that's a good thing. But who knows, really?
you never know. So
You do know.
I personally think, in terms of positional need, like top 3 area of need right there. So I think they made a solid pick. So anyway, that's as close as you'll get to draft analysis out of me. So
I love it. Thanks for checking in, buddy. We got Packers fans only. Andrew is next. What's up, Andrew? Or maybe we don't. Or maybe he was like, I'm out of here. Screw all this. We'll go back to Harold.
Yeah. Hi, Aaron. No, I
What's up,
love
buddy?
the pick. I was saying that I thought that, they have to get somebody either on the defensive or offensive line. And he's one of the few players that I paid attention to, just cursorily reviewing some of the top potential draft choices for the Packers. The other one I have is this tight end Washington, who maybe we could pick up in the second round if he drops.
Oh, I
that
like him
spot.
a lot. Yes, sir.
I mean, he would give us
I like
the
him a
first
lot.
truly dynamic tight end since the one fellow who hurt his neck. Again, I can't remember his name from the past, who played in the aughts. We had a very dynamic tight end who got injured. He had a neck injury.
Oh, Jermichael Finley.
Yes, Jermichael Finley, yes.
There you
And I can't remember the Packers having somebody at the tight end position who had anywhere near that type of level of athletic ability, and is somebody who can open up the defense downfield. And he would be a tremendous addition, but I think it might be impossible to grab him at 43. Is it?
Oh, give me a.
Yeah, 42, I think. But here's the thing to remember, and I got a lot of people in the chat. A lot of people in the chat asking, like, why did they make the swap from 15 to 13 to take Van Ness? The Patriots would have 100% had Van Ness ready to go. Like, I'm not saying the Patriots absolutely 1,000% would have taken Van Ness, but the Pats, that is their type of player and 100% a guy that they would like to take. And the Packers undoubtedly knew that and wanted to get ahead of the Patriots with that swap to take Van Ness. That's why everyone's saying, "Oh, Van Ness would have been available in the second round or whatever." Like, that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Well, that's a double win then. If we can
that
deny
is
Belichick
why.
Quality player.
You love it. I mean, you love it. You love it. All right, we got who else? We got who's up next? I can't remember your name, but Joseph's here. Joseph, what's up, Joseph?
Hey, do we have a spot in the press conference tonight?
No, I wish. No, they don't have any. They don't have Zoom availability anymore, so I can't come in and drunkenly ask Brian Gutekunst what the hell he's doing, as I used to be able to in the past.
Have they ever invited media into the war room at all, or even close to it, or?
No, never. Are you
No?
kidding me? That's never going to happen. That is never going to happen.
Like, can we just like hover outside, or
Yeah, no, nothing.
Okay.
I will say though,
Well,
I know
just
people.
waiting for-
I know people who have been in that room and have teased me with the fact that they're in that room and have seen the board and not told me anything about it, and they can rot in hell. That's all I know.
I would like to see the board. I would never say anything. I just want to.
I would too.
And look at theirs and be like, okay. I'd be like,
What's
oh,
going on here? How are we thinking?
yeah, like I
I
just
love it.
yeah, just we sign an NDA, and it'll be okay.
I mean, that's a good idea. Yeah, sign an NDA and be like, "Yo, what's up?"
I mean, they have no
Okay,
promise
I got to
to
give
us anyway.
Nicole. I'm uploading a video to Live Show Creator for the pick 13. Roll that whenever you've got it, because now this is a very different video. Well, maybe not that different, but it is the official Packers have selected video, and we got to roll that. Like that's got to happen. And then I also have to upload it to YouTube. All right, because that's what we got to do. All right, here we go. What else we got? And we also got some people waiting with their hands up. I thank you guys so much for being so patient. There's a million things going on. Obviously, tons of people wanting to chime in about what they like or what they hate when it comes to the Green Bay Packers. Cass, what's going on? How you doing? Oh, wait. We'll watch the video first. Cody, you're a legend. Look at that. Look at that, how fast he turned that around. And all the Twitter reactions. That's so dope. That's so dope. Cass, how you doing?
I'm good. I have a liking towards Van Ness for a very unique reason.
Okay.
So, in
Oh
my
my.
field, there is a surgical procedure
Wait,
called
tell people what your field is, because not everybody. This isn't happy hour. There's lots of people watching who don't know who you are and what you do.
Yes. So I build things for all types of people. So my main specialty is in prosthetics. So I build all types of prosthetic arms, legs, knees, everything you can think of. I work with a lot of sports organizations, so I do a lot with athletic injuries. So oftentimes on the happy hour, I will comment about an injury that one of our players might have experienced or something like that. So I'm in and out of surgical rooms all the time, ORs, ERs, all of that stuff. But in our field, there is something called a Van Ness surgery. And it's literally where we kind of rip the ankle off, twist it around.
What?
Connect it back to where the knee goes. And then that gives a person a new knee joint. So I wasn't thinking that our, new player would be ripping people's ankles off. But he might have a unique talent that
maybe there's a skill set to uncover here. I'm all in on this.
He's got
I love
some
it.
talent,
See,
so.
Cass, you're bringing it all home. I love it. I love it. You talk about wrapping it up with a bow. That's it. I mean, you've done it.
So, yeah, it's called a Van Ness surgery or a rotation plasty, and that's what they do. So when I saw his name, I was like, sold. I know this guy. We're close. I see him all the time.
It's
Yeah.
part of me. It's part of my gig.
Sold.
Cass, you're a legend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolute legend. All right. Who we got next? What do we got? Oh, wait, hold on. I got to do one thing here and publish. There we go. Nicole, guide me. I need your guidance. Amar, is Amar here? Or no, we don't have Amar. Ken, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so
I got you, Ken.
I just
What's
wanted
going
to
on?
Point out that you always say the Packers never pick your guy, and maybe they didn't pick the guy you wanted the most, but they kind of picked the guy you predicted. You and Andy, Van Ness, right?
What's so funny, Ken? I legit was just not joking, texting with someone with Packers personnel who I was like, I told you. And he's like, yeah. Because like I knew this was their type of guy. Like I didn't know that who was it? They were going to take him. But yes, you're 1,000% correct. This is their type. They have a type, and this is it, no doubt.
And both you and Andy Herman were saying that. So I'm wondering if you guys had some sort of in this year, maybe saw the draft board.
No
or
in.
something, but-
Nope. Nope. Nothing like that. Just like it's funny because we talk about Ted, right? And his tendencies and what he does and blah, blah, blah. And Brian's been a little harder to read, but now we're a couple drafts in. You can get a feel for it, I guess. But yeah, no, it just made all the sense in the world. He checks a lot of boxes that the Packers love or Brian loves. And I'm excited. I'm excited to watch him. And I knew
the
Packers
beauty
fans
of
would be
it,
upset.
And the even big bonus beauty of it is you get a Pappies for it.
I know. I saw this, and we didn't have this on I don't think on the screen here, but I know Charlene put up that I had 3 guesses for a Pappies, and I used Van Ness as one of my guesses, and now CHTV gets a bottle of Pappies. There we go. Charlene, there it is. Boom, Pappy, 20-year heading to you right now. Charlene, you are a legend. I can't thank you enough. And Ken, thank you. Thank you for checking in and for your support of CHTV. Really appreciate it, buddy. Okay, Steve on YouTube, and I'm not saying this anything other than to be funny because it's true. Steve getting Aaron Campman feels. Oh, why? Because he's white. That's it. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say about that. All right, Nicole, who else we got? Guide me. Oh, the Pats took Christian Gonzalez? Okay, we got to roll the video. Let's roll the video. They took a guy we have a video for. Roll it.
Away. It's Gonzalez. Takes a shot back shoulder and he's picked off. Intercepted by Christian Gonzalez. Pick 6.
There you go. I believe we have Packers fan Andrew next up. Is that right, Nicole? What do we got here? Oh, he just kind of left the screen. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Sorry, we just got dinner. Let me mute the TV real quick.
It's okay, dude.
Hey.
Dude, this is everybody's second screen. You ain't on NFL Network or anything. It's all good. What's up?
Fair enough. Fair enough. First off, like the pick. I love the way that following CHTV has just broke me of the draft industrial complex.
That's it. Yes.
I wanted an
That's it.
alignment.
I love
didn't
it.
want a shiny new toy. And the fact
Right.
that we're taking a guy to back up, it feels like Rashawn Gary all over again. Everybody thought we were fucking super for taking Gary, right? Like,
Right.
nobody.
Yes, they did.
Nobody liked that, right?
Nope.
And also,
Correct.
Bukowski hates it, which makes me think it's the right thing. But
I gotta tweet that out. I'm sorry. I won't name you, but that's awesome.
it's all good. I actually retweeted him, so he's probably gonna block me tonight. I was saying that same thing. But the thing is, Gary's not gonna be ready to go. Preston Smith is getting up there. We need help at edge rusher, and it feels like tonight we went with the guy on our board that the most talented guy. Say we had 5 guys maybe right there at the same grade. We went with a guy that's like, we need to fill and get help at this position for us to be successful this year, and I'm going to trust that, and I'm going to be excited about that. My wife is just happy it's not another Georgia guy, so I don't have to buy another jersey. But but I'll take it. I think, and it's not, all of Twitter is acting like that's it. Draft is over. We have 10
Every
more
year,
weeks to
dude.
go.
Every year. Every year.
Calm.
It happens every year.
Calm the fuck down, and let's trust the front office, and let's trade away that 3rd round pick, so we don't have to worry about that. But other than
No, we have to. I'm with you,
let's
brother.
go.
I love it. That's it. Let's go. That's it. I love it. I think Amar is here. Amar was gone, but now he's back. What's up, Amar? That's a nice shirt. Nice looking shirt. Look at it. Yeah.
I had to represent.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Oh man,
what's going on?
It's funny when this whole thing started. I was like, man, Luka Van Ness, like, it was like that Justin Smith like comp. And I was like, man, I fell in love with that dude day one, and then the whole JSN thing got me all jacked up. And y'all probably follow me, know that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I've seen you on Twitter. I know.
Nonstop. But I'll be honest here. I'm gonna tell right now. I said I hated the Gary pick. I was actually on here complaining about it when it happened, and then
I remember.
Yep.
I wasn't gonna bring it up.
And I was like, all right, so you know what? I'm not gonna say shit this time. I'm just gonna roll with it, and I'm gonna hope that our great white savior helps us out. I'm just kidding, but
our great.
No, but seriously,
I mean, yeah.
I love the kid. He looks like a good kid. Looks like a good kid, and I just can't wait to see him. I mean, his measurables are amazing. I'm just at this point. I hope we just trade back into the first round. Speaking this, I just want to see some more action.
I think it's a real legit possibility. I really do. I mean,
yeah.
Who knows? Again, you got to find a dance partner, and nobody wants to give up a 5th round option. But who knows? If the board falls a certain way, maybe someone makes that move.
Exactly right.
We'll see.
I'm
glad you've evolved, Amar. Amar, this is growth. This is development. I like it.
You've seen me on Twitter, bro.
I have. I know. It's so good, dude. I love it. I love it so much.
I was like, I had to pour a beer out. I was like, I need XG and take JSN. And I'm like, wait, you know what? This may not be that bad. I'm not gonna. You changed me a little bit. Just be happy with what we have.
Well, good. I'm glad. All right. Amar, I love you, brother. Thank you so much for checking in. I have to bring on a very special guest. I believe we have one very veteran offensive tackle who, is chilling and hanging out here with Packers fans worldwide. Is there a Mr. David Bakhtiari in the mix somewhere? Oh, there he is. What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing?
How's your night?
Tired.
I'm doing well, man.
Very tired.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. How's new dad life?
It's good. I'm gonna see her tomorrow. I'm actually gonna get out of town and go back to the hometown.
There you go. So I got there's this one. Look, and I know we did a whole joking kind of promo of this, like we got a maybe from Bakhtiari and blah blah blah, and now you're here, so everyone's very excited. So I do just have one very very important question I have to ask you. How do you think the Packers are going to do this year? They seem to be like a team in transition, but they are a good squad. I think they got some talent. How do you think they are going to do?
I think they are currently undefeated, so that's a big.
There you go. That's my guy. That's my guy right there.
No, I think I'm gonna be interested to see. We're gonna be injected with a lot of youth. It's crazy that I was just with Pat. Me and him were golfing today. I'm like, man, we're like the oldest guys. This is wild. Kind of didn't really think about it that I'd be at this point. But it's just a blessing. And
right.
I mean, I think with no expectations, there's no limitations. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Obviously, there is the definite writing on the wall of moving on from a Hall of Fame quarterback, and I can take up the rest of this Zoom meeting platform and talking about how much I appreciate Aaron and all the amazing things. He's been a phenomenal teammate, phenomenal quarterback. I mean, everything. So, it's definitely going to be a transition, and it's not going to be easy. I mean, Packer Nation had to move off of one Hall of Fame quarterback and was extremely lucky to go on to another Hall of Fame quarterback, a first ballot
Yes,
at
sir.
that. That doesn't happen many times in
Right.
franchises. So I think, that is going to be new territory, I think, for the franchise. I think most 30-year-olds are going to have no idea what the landscape looks like. But, not to date you, but I think other people that are a little older maybe have experienced what it's like to not have a Hall of Fame
Yeah.
quarterback.
Some of us have run that route, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what that can
There's-
happen. But
there's- let me ask you this. With that change, it's interesting. We were talking to John Kuhn earlier tonight about the transition from an offense with Aaron's input, which was obviously considerable, to an offense that we on the outside, now obviously I'm not asking for shop secrets or anything like that, but there's obviously going to be a different emphasis, a different way of working, because you don't have the input of the 4-time MVP, a guy who's very involved game planning or design or whatever. Like, it's going to be maybe a little bit different. Do you, as an offensive tackle, as a guy who maybe there's more emphasis on power concepts rather than zone concepts or what have you, but is there much materially different for you in the offing, or is it very much like, okay, I got to block regardless and nothing really changes for you?
I wouldn't say too much changes. Like my job is to do my job. I think probably the play calling will probably change a little bit. I think it's going to be more on Matt, and there's not going to be obviously much pushback from a first true year starting quarterback.
First year
in Jordan. So he's going to kind of do what he says. Whereas I know obviously with Aaron, there was a lot of input and emphasis, and at times even he's going to do what he wants to do. And those were highlights, and at times they were lowlights. That comes with the territory. So I think that'll be different. I think we'll probably put more emphasis on the run game. And I think there's an emphasis on all three phases. I mean, in kind of saying this, I mean, there were teams legitimately, like Chicago, I think is a good example. They legitimately had scars and nightmares of Aaron. And even when they were in positions to win, they would find ways to lose. And this is me just being honest, seeing how the games would play out. And I think, now it's like the Baba Yaga's gone. So it's like we have to reestablish what our new identity is, because an intimidation factor, because I think that's big. And I think momentum is an unspoken thing that is so real, and attitude and character of a team is so real that you have to reestablish that. And I hope that the one thing that jumps off my mind is we have a young team that's hungry and people are already counting out. Great. Harness that and take it and use that as an FU mentality all year. I think that should be the first thing we do, or they do, whatever type of pronoun you want to use at this point, moving forward.
I love it. Let me ask you this about Lucas Van Ness, your newest teammate, just been selected a few minutes ago. Do you make his life hell in training camp? Are you like, Rook, come on, let's dance? Like, or is it like, no, I'm not even going to deign to like deal with this dude because he's a rookie and like he's not even at my pay grade yet?
I mean, the first thing that comes off my mind when I saw him was like Barbie doll Ken. I mean, I don't know. I think it kind of depends. I think if he needs to kind of get humbled, I'll kind of turn it on. But other than that, I mean, I ain't got really nothing to prove, especially to no rookie. Like, I just need to make sure I'm there week 1 through week 17, and that's the numero uno thing on my mind. But if we need to have a little tone setter or guys who kind of get in check, then I'll kind of turn it up a little bit more. All right, guys. It's funny because like when you're younger, I'm like, oh, smash my head all day. I don't care. Like I'm gonna go at it. Now I'm like, I really got to kind of pick and choose when I want to do this. Like I have to start thinking about like, man, I can't practice every day like I used to. Like it's just crazy how it just kind of flipped on me like that, and I refused to accept it for so long, and now I have to just kind of start accepting like, hey, that's gonna be my life. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the kind of same thing was with Rashawn a little bit when he came in, and hopefully the young guy kind of understands kind of take care of your vets. Don't need to smash mouth with me. We'll get some work in when we need to.
I'm glad you brought up the practice aspect, because obviously that was a big kind of quote narrative, which I know is a word you guys love in the building. But the idea that you guys really kind of found a way of working you in practice and making sure that you didn't overdo it and you didn't overwork it, and you were able to be available on Sundays. Now, obviously the appendectomy happened, and that's a very freak thing, and that's totally separate. But do you feel like you found a way of like, okay, this is my not limit, but this is how I can work and make sure that I'm available on Sundays, but I'm not putting undue stress on my knee and like everything that ensures that you're out there and available?
So to give people like context, first of all, like in my situation, I had 4 surgeries in 20 months, which is wild. The thought of being put under 4 times in 20 months is not something that you want to do. I'm just going to put out there. It's not good on your body, your health, and a lot of the systemic things outside of just what they're going in to do. Like it kind of messes you up. So now I got that out of the way. I wanted to get that off my chest almost. You know, when you get older, and especially with me and like my injury, I'm trying to figure out what it is to do. And I do know, like, you know, I know veterans that don't even practice. It's just not their thing. I've always just been like, I saw Julius Peppers practice. I like love practicing. I just I love playing football, and I like every day sharpening it. And then my whole career in life up to the point before I got injured, it was every day I'm going to test it, and I'm going to, you know, iron sharpens iron. And I had to realize that like, you can't do that anymore, kid. You're an old man now. Old men do what old men do, which what I've seen, you know, I was like, that will never be me. I'm not going to do that. And I'm like, I think a little bit was me being hard-headed, and I had to go through trial and error. But I mean, Mackenzie, as he told me, you know, I'm on the Cliffy program, and we laugh about it because I don't want to be on the Cliffy program because I've heard funny stories about it, but that's just kind of what it is. I know Joe Thomas did it too. I know Tramon Williams is on his own program. Like there's so many of these other tackles that I know that do it. I'm just like, no, I want
the old guard, man. The old Cliff, you're right. Cliffy, like if Cliffy practiced like once every month, it was like celebrated. Like it was it just how it was, you know? Like, but that ensured that he was out there on Sundays. That's what's important. You know, and clearly that's
sorry about that.
That's the other thing though, is like when you were out there last year, it was so clear that you were the same dude. Like lockdown, like the Von Miller game is like my favorite because it's, you know, there's the quote where Miller's like, well, why are you running so much? It's like, yeah, because every time we go back to pass, you've got nothing. So you've got to throw the focus on the fact that there were running plays, because every time there was a passing play, he didn't sniff the quarterback. And that's because of you. You know what I mean? So it's like so obvious that when you're on the field, you're you.
I appreciate that. That makes me feel good. I thank you. I don't know what else to talk about that. It's kind of awkward getting compliments like that, but
it's true though. Come on, you know this. I know. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Hey, Dave. Okay, I know your time is limited. Your time is limited, so I don't want to waste it. Can you take like a question or two from Packers fans around the world, because there are people lined up to ask you stuff. So I just want to.
I got plenty of time. I'm not doing much. So come on, bring it at me.
All right, Nicole, who we got here?
Don't be easy. Make it really tough.
No, oh, look at you. Okay, I do have one in the chat though. First up, I got a very important question from Brian. Bakhtiari, how many Kroll's burgers can you eat? That's a tough one. That's a tough one right there.
I'm gonna be honest. I maybe have had one since I've been here. I don't even know. Is that the thing right next to Logical?
Dave, yes, Kroll's. Like Dave. Okay, when I'm there for camp, you know, we're gonna do a podcast at Corey's house, and I'm gonna take you to Kroll's, and we're gonna do it right, because that's not even right. That's just.
Hey, the beautiful thing about my new training schedule is we'll have plenty of time. I'll come over to the house during training camp. It's great.
I love it. All right, Michael. I think Michael has a question for you. Michael, what's going on, man? Make sure you unmute yourself.
I just unmuted it. Hey, Dave. Thanks for taking my question.
Hey, Mike, no problem, man.
Couple of things, and I know in my first one I was asking a lot of football questions and such and everything. However, you've been one of my favorite players. I obviously, it does kind of break my heart seeing AR-12, as a Jet now. However, the couple of questions one question and one comment. First, the comment is all of your great, unbelievable plays that you have made. One of my favorite was that you at the Milwaukee Bucks game, chugging the beers, which I thought was freaking unbelievable. And number two, with what I do as a profession, I think that I could be the perfect person to take over the golf cart to drive and give it some real serious, some really, really serious drives with what you're doing. What do you think about that?
Well, I have a lot to think. One, I appreciate you appreciating my beer chugging. I feel like there's three things people know me for. I'm the guy in Pitch Perfect, I'm the beer chugging guy, and then I'm the Packer football player. So I'll take it. I mean, hey, that's cool. That number two is I got unfortunate, I guess, breaking news that Aaron is taking the golf cart in the divorce. So
No!
Be riding in it. But I think I'm going to work on something. Hopefully we get alignment early because the more money, the better. I think I see a golf cart in my future. Still bringing on a little new tradition that we can leave. Maybe call it an
You got
O-line
used to
cart.
it. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it was nice.
You got to go back to the bikes, dude. Come on now. Come on.
That was a
Ramses,
pretty amazing golf cart. I'm not gonna lie. That was a pretty amazing golf cart that you got for him. So kudos to you, sir.
I appreciate that. It definitely took a while customizing that thing. We definitely took it out to a couple other spots to get the whole custom made thing from the leather and all that. So I thank you for the appreciation to the little details.
And I live in Florida, but I have been very, very fortunate to get up to Lambeau about 6 times for to come to a game. So one of my one thing on my bucket list would be actually being able to chug a beer with Mr. David Bakhtiari.
All right, well, I mean, if I'm chugging and you haven't been around, maybe we can make that happen. I'm not going to say for sure, but maybe.
Thank you very much, sir.
I love it.
Yep.
We got one more for you, Dave. We got Ramses had his hand up and he is itching. So what's up, buddy? What do you got for Dave?
Dave, just wanted to say, love your game, loved your friendship with Rogers. I guess a compliment and a question would be that not only are you amazing in a golf cart, but the question would be, did LaFleur ever stop you guys? You going too fast? Did he write a ticket? Cut it out? This is getting ridiculous.
No.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no, it was.
Have the Green Bay police ever asked you to slow it down or said anything? Because you guys do tear across that street pretty damn quick.
That they did. They tried to say that it wasn't street legal, which could be contested, but we respected what the police wanted to do, which I guess if you're gonna nitpick and feel like a golf cart is a menace to society with all the other things going on Green Bay on the importance level,
right.
we would go on the pedestrian walk and we'd be on the sidewalks. We did that a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, when absolutely no one was around, I'm not gonna lie, we totally went on the street. It's not. I put blinkers on it and everything. We were good.
I did. My real question was, congrats on being a dad. Did you feel the new dad strength? That was, I got so shocked that it was actually my turn. I forgot what I was going to tell you, but congrats on being a dad. How did that affect you just professionally and personally, if I may ask that?
Greatest feeling I've had in my life, besides being married. It's amazing. I miss her so much, and I'm so excited to see her. And dad strength wise, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty strong now, and it's like a totally different type of strength, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And like it's funny, like because my, in the bassinet when you're changing the diapers all the time, when I first was doing it, like my back would hate me, and I'm like, man, I'm about to throw this thing out any second. And now my back, back, like one of my strengths, I'm like, I can never throw this thing out, and I have all the endurance to bend over all day and do all the diaper changes or anything. Like it actually worked out in my favor. I know certain guys that are like, it actually ruined their back. Because I was doing it so much, it actually kind of strengthened those little muscles that were complaining in my back. So that kind of actually worked because I had to do it no matter what.
Well, congrats. But I appreciate the floor. I'm a new dad myself, so I just wanted to get a feel from the
Hey, congratulations, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, have fun with
Congrats,
it.
man.
That's every moment.
That's dope.
It's all joy, no fun.
Yeah, until they're like 22 and asking you for their credit card, it's great. Like you guys, you got new kids. Like, well, let me tell you, like when they're 22, 18, and 15, it's a whole new world. It's a whole different thing.
It goes by, doesn't it?
It goes by real quick, real quick. Dave, I got one last question for you from Big B. Another close personal friend of Aaron's, I believe. Big B, what's going on, man?
Well, first, I just want to say your baby's absolutely adorable. And my question is, you've been the old guy in the offensive line room for a while, but now that Rodgers is gone, you're officially the longest tenured Packer on the team. So how does that feel being the oldest guy in Lambeau?
About damn time we kicked that old dusty man to the curb. I can stand in my throne. Like I said, it's wild. Would not have thought that back in 2013 when I was drafted that I would be the oldest player on the Packers. Definitely wouldn't have called that. But I'm honored, and I am very appreciative of it. And I think it kind of speaks to, the relationship the franchise and I have. It's been awesome because, obviously I had Ted, and he's the one who kind of drafted me and had faith in me and re-signed me. And then obviously the transition with Goody, and then having that faith and trust on that end, and then staying on now, and then kind of, grooming and bringing on his young picked players throughout this last few years. So it's been awesome. And I've definitely, I don't want to take Aaron's words, but I've definitely felt a lot of gratitude as of late, because like I've said before, I'm definitely closer to the end than I am to the beginning here. And it's awesome. So I'm really soaking in every moment in the city, going into the facility every day and just being in the position that I am, because one day it will be gone, and I'm not going to be on, the Zoom call for the draft anymore. That's just the reality of it.
Oh, you're going to be every year, Dave, every year.
Yeah, maybe as a fan one day.
There you go. Big B, thanks. Dave, I can't thank you enough for the time, man. Look, you don't have to do this, and you do it.
I told you I would.
You did. Well, you did, and I really appreciate it. You didn't last year. You're here this year, and I understand you're in a very different spot career-wise and everything, your kind of outlook, and I really appreciate it, man. And look, I do want to say, and this is no shit, you did, and I made a joke about it when you first came on, but your stuff with Bussin' with the Boys was so awesome. It's legit you hanging out and just chatting with your guys, right? And predictably, people freak out on the internet, and this is what I always say. It's we always want athletes to be themselves. We want them to say what they're thinking, and then when they do that, fans fucking freak out, or the internet especially freaks out. And it's I just appreciate that you've arrived at a point where you're seasoned enough or comfortable enough or confident enough to say whatever the fuck it is you're thinking about.
Secured enough too.
Well, that helps as well. That helps as well.
That definitely helps you kind of see more the player.
But that's my point. But even then, right? You could easily say, "Oh, I don't want to say anything because maybe talking financially, endorsements or contracts or whatever." But you very, very, very obviously were yourself in an interview, regardless of the fact that it made waves. But I think you knew it would, and I appreciate it. And I just want you to know I've heard from a lot of people who appreciate it. So kudos to you, man.
No, I that means a lot. And I will say to the people that are here, Aaron knows what he's talking about. Aaron's got a good beat. I said this to you in private, and I will say it public. He knows. I would say you're probably one of the most fair and on point, opinionated people that Packer Nation can follow, because I think you usually hit it almost on the head. I'm not gonna, not all the time. Opinions can definitely be wrong, but you do a really good job, and it's very fair. And that's something like I've always been like. I've always said, and like I live by the idea of I'd rather take a harsh truth than an easy lie. Like I'd rather hear the truth, even if it sucks, than to have someone make me feel good and just lie to me. So, and then the last thing with the whole busing stuff, I'm just surprised that people thought I'm that conniving, like in that like methodical, like Aaron, where I can pinpoint a word.
Dude,
I'm like, dude. And then that's when you had said it, and I got tagged in something that you had posted about, like he's being rational, taking himself out of the perspective, saying like is the front office. I'm like, thank you. And I'm like, the whole point, I'm like, the fact that he had to go on Mike Silver and even like reestablish my position, I'm like, well, I'm not going to back down, but I'm like, everyone's got to just relax. Aaron said it before. Take a deep breath. You're going to be okay. Everything I said is honestly the truth, and there's nothing crazy like about it. And if I told you, if I don't want to,
that was the other thing. That's the shit that drove me nuts. It's like, what did he say?
Wild. It's wild, but it is fun. So it's all like, I think that's why I also, as much as I hate social media, I absolutely love it, because it's funny. It's funny just seeing like people chasing like they're just chasing smoke, which is I think it's funny.
That's the most of it, definitely. Dave, you're an absolute legend. I can't thank you enough for showing up tonight. Really appreciate it. And hey, you're out tomorrow to wherever, so enjoy and have some great family time. And I'll see you at camp, man. Can't wait.
Yeah, I'll see you at Corey's house. I appreciate y'all. Take it easy.
Thanks, brother. Have a good night. David Bakhtiari joining us here on Cheesehead TV. That's how we roll. It's what we do. Thanks. Everybody's like chatting it up and like all sorts of great people here. And I got tons of super chats. I'm sorry I can't get to every super chat. Who we got? Who's on the clock right now? Commanders are making a pick. Is that what's going on? The Baltimore Ravens are making a pick. My goodness. All right. What do you got, Nicole? I'm totally lost. Joseph, we got JSN was taken by the Seahawks, and we have video. Okay, can I just say, Jason Wallers with the Green Bay Packers is texting me. He knows I'm live. What are you doing, Jason? Like, you know I'm live, right? You know I'm.
Can I text him back?
No, well, hold on. Sorry. We have 2 videos. Okay, Nicole, roll the videos, and when they're done, I'll be back. Let's go.
He's in trouble and he'll go down. Elijah Cansey brings him down inside the 10.
Pressure coming right up the middle. Armstrong thrown down back at the 31-yard line.
Hollins down the reverse, flea flicker, no time for Armstrong. It's dropped for a huge loss. Elijah Cansey just blew that play.
Underneath, nice throw, nice pass. Smith.
Kelsey for the end zone. Jump ball. Touchdown, Smith and Jigba. Are you kidding me?
Your boy is back. You didn't think he would be, but he's here. What's up? Soder has his hands up like a gentleman. What's up, Soder?
I think you should go to Robin.
Robin? What's up, Robin? Is Robin here? I love Robin. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, hello? What have I done?
Robin, what's going on, man?
Yeah, what's happening? Just the middle of the night here, just catching up with you guys.
How are you, sir?
Well, I'm on dad duty, so if you hear a baby monitor go, just if you hear crying, it's not like
I hear you, man.
somebody annoyed about the pick.
I love it. I love it. Do you like the pick?
I think it's a great pick. I think Preston's obviously getting on a bit. Rashan not going to be there the full season. Gives him a chance to develop early. Gives him a chance to contribute to the team. The team needs contributions early. I think it's great, and I'm one of the people that would not be surprised if we're picking again in the first round later on. But obviously, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, the current pick, I think, is a great pick. To be honest, I think it's one of those ones that will really pay off in the long term. Will get pay off instantly, but there'll also be a long term goal with this one, as there usually is with Goody picks. Right. But yeah, no, I'm delighted with it.
Love it. Love it. Soder, did you have anything? I want to go back to Soder real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the observation that none of the tight ends have come off the board at this point.
It's interesting, isn't it?
I should not jinx.
What do you think, Joseph?
The Bengals have a sneaky need at tight end, but if all the tight end class survives after the Bengals, then this draft is we have them right where we want them, literally.
I agree. Very much agree.
And
that's what
I think the old adage is not looking
people
for a tight
understood.
end in the first rounds holds, right?
Yep. I mean, I think they could still trade up. We'll see. All right, Doug, keep it short. What's going on, buddy?
Babe, does anybody want to drink a beer with me in honor of Dave?
Always.
Here.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Oh, now.
So let's
down
do it
with
right
that.
now, baby.
That's it.
I don't want to take up other people's time, but
Come on now. How do we not?
I want to
That's
take.
what you have to do.
So Cheesehead TV and all the fans out there, and to Dave.
Word up, Doug. Love it. Thanks, brother.
Awesome. Yeah, let's go.
We
to
have
the
Con
next- to the
Krug.
Next Cheesehead.
We have Con Krug on the line. What's up, man?
All right, I did it.
Hey guys. Once again, I just want to echo probably what everyone else is saying to you right now, and about Cheesehead TD.
Okay, I did it, Barry.
It's,
Fuck yeah.
it's awesome. The coverage you
Said
guys
once
are
again, we
providing
have
us
to
and
take up
everything
a lot of
else.
time.
Oh wait, mute
which is-
Doug. Mute Doug for a second. Sorry, I just want to hear Con here.
Yeah, again, just the whole the coverage you guys are providing us tonight, the Bakhtiari, Kenny Smith. I mean, people we don't really get to see every day, these behind the scenes types of things, these more intimate like conversations we're having with them really means a lot to, at least to me, and probably everybody else. So thank you very much, Cheesehead TV. You guys doing a great job.
Thank you, brother.
A couple of things. So I do want to shout out to Perry Goldsmith for the tweet
Goldstein.
earlier about the
Perry
pick.
Goldstein.
Oh, Goldstein.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that. That we have another Iowa.
I know. I
was
saw
waiting
that.
for-
That's phenomenal. So
I'm
good.
waiting for it because, God, I miss Brian Balaga, Iowa. I really, really do.
Right.
And another thing, just Bakhtiari himself, just how magnanimous he is, how forthright, how he's just a dude, right? And
Yes, he
now that
is.
he's a father, I mean, we've all experienced this in our lives. I know you have, I have myself. My 18-year-old daughter is graduating from high school this year. So yeah, that journey is a long time.
Congratulations.
But yeah.
I feel you.
You know
man,
how
I
it
feel
is,
you.
right? The first one, it's a little rough, especially with the daughter. But yeah, as far as the pick is concerned, I put this in as super chat before, a long time ago, obviously. But do you feel they made this pick because of the situation with Rashawn Gary? Like he's not ready to go yet? If Rashawn Gary is
That's
healthy,
a really good question. It's a really good question. I don't think it's because of Gary, but I definitely think it adds to the reasons to make the pick, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like, they're almost always going to be looking long term. That is especially in the first round. That is something that Ted hammered home each and every year. Brian has kind of followed that kind of mantra as well. It's about investment. It's about long-term investment. I think it has much more to do with Preston Smith's contract situation and the fact that he's coming up towards the end of his career, or at least probably his Packers career, than Rashawn Gary. Now, from all reports, Rashawn's ahead of schedule. I don't think he's going to be ready for week 1, but he may be on the field a little bit earlier rather than later. But you don't make that pick just because of that. Like, I would suspect it's much more about, again, Preston and his situation and the overall need of the position, and or they just really like the player and the upside and the projection of how he fits long term, much more than anything having to do with Rashawn. That's my guess.
Yeah. Okay, great. That question actually came from my brother-in-law. He was like texting me about the pick and stuff. He was like, "Why are we picking him now? Is this because of Rashawn Gary? You need to ask this question."
I mean,
So,
that's a legit
as
question,
kind of a
though. I
proxy,
understand.
so-
Like, I get that question, right? Like, I understand. It's logical. It's logical sense,
and I'm
right?
sure a lot of other
The fact
Packer fans
that,
just think the same thing.
yeah, of course. Yes, exactly. Because, I mean, he did miss the second half of the entire year, and it's ACLs, bounce right back. And I get it. I get the question, but I don't think that's specifically it. Now, obviously, again, who knows who was, being weighted while they were on the clock about who else they may have taken other than Van Ness, but Van Ness made a world of sense. And I think, again, it's much more about long-term investment than it's ever about like, oh, we got to fill this immediate need. Would be my guess.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much. We have Corey Smith, I believe, is next. Corey, what's up, man?
They can have some needs on that side of the ball as well, no doubt. It's interesting to see what they're going to look like on defense.
Oh, boy. Corey, you there? We have a Corey Smith? Oh, he stepped away. Oh, no.
Nags, I'm here. Nags, I'm here.
Okay, what's up?
Hey.
What's going on, man?
Your dad tonight? Did you like the pick?
I have not heard from my dad, actually. I'll probably check in after the draft. We don't generally check in like after every pick and or even after every round, but I will certainly talk to him this weekend and see what he thinks.
So Van Ness looks a lot like TJ Watt. Are we supposed to forgive the Kevin King pick now? Is that the deal?
Okay, I will admit this is the first I've heard this, but I like it. It's the TJ Watt forgiveness tour from Brian Gutekunst. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I think he's going to be a really good player.
All right. Can't wait to hear what the girls think of the next pretty boy we drafted over the next couple of weeks. I'm thinking Olive's going to approve.
Olive, I will say this on that subject. Olive is very appreciative of the move from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love because she thinks Jordan Love is much cuter. So that's the breaking news. That's the breakdown from the Nagler girls. That's all I know. That's all I know about their predilections for the Packers quarterback. Thanks, brother. Thanks so much.
Love all what you do, buddy.
Thank you, man. Crows Brook? Is it Crows Brook? What's up, man?
It's sorry, I have a professional Zoom account.
It's all good, man. How you doing?
It's tied to my email. It's Chris. I just want to know, I'm not saying that this is going to happen. It's not wishful thinking or anything, but I feel like when we get to week 10, week 11, and the Jets are really just in that grind, I just wonder if Rodgers will utter the immortal words of Socrates. I signed what?
I drank what? That's so good. I don't know, man. I will tell you this. If there's anyone on this earth who knows about the grind, right, and the length of NFL season and how, that is a commitment. And I take him at his word when he talks about that time away and needing it so that he can then dive back in, and he understands the commitment involved. I doubt it. Now, here's the thing. If we're talking like it's week, whatever, they're a couple months in and they're sitting there at like, what, 3-6 or something like that. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some doubts creeping in. He's only human, right? But I just think I get the idea that it's a fresh start, it's a clean slate, and he is all in. Like, I think that because of the pomp and circumstance and all the people that are doubting, okay, yeah, he's Aaron Rodgers, but he's going to be 40, and the Packers didn't want him anymore, and he had a down year last year. Like, there's a lot of people, and there's going to be a lot written and talked about probably over the summer, leading up to the season itself. I think he's going to use that as fuel, regardless of what their record is. Like, he's going to get his. Aaron always got his, and I think he will continue to do so. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much in that regard. Now, again, like, he's only human, and if they do start poorly, I have no doubt there'll be some kind of like, oh God, what have I gotten myself into type of thought. But I don't see that as a major kind of problem for the Jets or for Aaron.
I agree. I just wanted to sneak as many real genius quotes in as possible, to be honest with you, on draft night. That's my job. But
got to do it.
I also truly remember Favre doing the 1 year and thinking, yeah, he'd be done after that. And then when all of a sudden he was born again and it was in purple
in Minnesota,
like, oh God, help us all. And I remember in my apartment in Chicago, just praying for something, and he threw that interception across the middle of the Saints, and thinking that somehow, some way, God helped the entire Packer nation with that throw to just even it out for so many years. Because the thing that I think the thing that drives me nuts the most is a lot of people think that so many Packer fans took for granted Aaron, and I really hate that part of it, because they always say you're gonna regret it. No, we're not going to regret it. We know that he bailed us out for so many years. And to be honest with you, it sucks to be you that you didn't have that guy to bail you out for so many years. But with Favre, you would watch the screen and he would pass, and you would follow the ball and you'd go, God, please be a Green Bay Packer on the other receiving end of this. With Aaron, you never had that problem.
And which why it was always such a shock to the system.
That separated those two from me big time was, you knew when the gunslinger came out. With Aaron, though, you knew there was a brain behind it. I mean, I don't want to shit on Brett too much.
I feel you.
Not enough.
I feel you.
But so
totally agree. It's true. It's only true. Yeah, totally agree, man.
I love our new.
I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, let's go. Come on now, let's do it. We got Michael. Michael, what's up, man?
Hey, Aaron. Actually, at this point, quite honestly, I really liked our pick at 13, because I was hoping for offensive line or something like an edge rusher. So we've got all of the tight ends falling to us. I don't know if you can hear it right now. It's pouring down rain right now. I'm sitting outside.
I got you.
I got you. But and I know there's some wide receivers coming off now, but we're getting
there's a huge run going on right now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost going to have, especially if they decide to trade back up, almost our choice at tight end. What do you think of the chances of Goot trading back up in the last part of the first round?
I think that there's a chance. The Giants are on the clock. We're on 24 right now, giving us like essentially 25 through 31 to happen. There's only 31 picks this year because the Dolphins don't have a first round pick because they're a bunch of cheating bastards. But I think there's a minimal chance. I would be surprised if it actually happens. It's rare that people want to give up that fifth year option. But it has happened. I mean, Lamar Jackson just signed a huge deal today. He's a guy who dropped to the bottom of the first round and then got selected, right? It can happen with quarterbacks. maybe it happens. There's somebody who wants to jump up and get a QB. Probably not. And I doubt the Packers do so for something other than a quarterback, but you never know. You never know. I'm not going to completely dismiss the idea, but the later we get into this round, the less obviously the chances are.
I will have to
possible.
say that because my, in the second round, my draft crushes were Washington and getting Jalen Hyatt, which I don't think they'll take Jalen Hyatt. He's kind of my draft crush. Putting him in the slot. But the farther it goes, I'm not going to lie, the more optimistic I am.
I feel you. I feel you. Thanks for checking in, man. I think we got
Thank you.
Abdul.
Thank you, sir.
Abdul is next. What's up, man? How you doing?
Aaron, thank you so much for your time and for doing this with us, and so cool to be on with you all. Yeah, to put a face to y'all's names as well from all those chats. But yeah, just wanted to reiterate. Yeah, for sure. Just wanted to reiterate and thank you for this platform. I don't know how many people can say that, they were on a Zoom call with, the star left tackle of their team. So, super cool. But yeah, just had really two quick questions. I'll admit I didn't really, do too much research because I used to do that, but it ends up being kind of useless and falling in love with players. Yeah, but
it's the thing. It's like I want to be informed, but I don't want to get attached to anybody. The problem is that like you do the research and then you find guys that you really like. Like tonight, I got to go to bed knowing Darnell Wright is a fucking bear, and it's the worst. So yeah, I feel you.
Sure.
I feel you.
Just two quick questions. So is Van Ness, is he a defensive lineman or is he an outside linebacker? I'm not too
He's an edge. He'll definitely he'll play up in the Packers scheme. Like he'll have his hand, he'll be in a 2-point stance. He'll play with his hand off the ground. He won't be a 3-tech or somebody with his he won't play interior. He'll play outside. He'll play what they ask Rashawn and Preston to do.
Okay.
That said, I wouldn't be surprised if they, on some certain passing downs, maybe try to experiment with him kicking inside and playing with his hand in the dirt. I don't think that's going to be a very usual occurrence, but I do think you'll see that as a kind of under Capers, it was called the NASCAR package, where they put a bunch of pass rushers on the field, right? Ask them to get up to the quarterback. But more often than not, he's going to be outside. He's going to play that outside linebacker position. He's not going to be a defensive lineman. Like it's just not what he's going to be about. He hasn't, that's the thing too, is he's not a formed player. He's got a lot of growth ahead of him, a lot of development ahead of him. But the upside is great. His ceiling is high, and I'm excited about the pick.
Super exciting. Yeah. And so I guess my other question was, do you see him as a day one starter, hopefully, or?
I think it's a possibility just because of the Packers situation, because Rashawn won't probably be ready for day one. Now he's going to have to earn it. I don't think they're going to hand it to him. They re-signed Hollins, who had a really strong kind of back end of the campaign in 2022. Who knows what happens for the rest of this draft? Enigbare is going to have something to say. He had a really solid rookie season, and who knows how he looks coming into year 2. But yeah, if Van Ness looks the part and does the job and, is ready to go, I would suspect he'd be, if not a day one starter, certainly a major part and component, part of the kind of wave of guys they put out there probably in obvious passing situations to start. But who knows? If he hits the ground running, so to speak, in training camp and shows that he is not too much and he can hold up, especially against the run, because God knows you got a rookie guy standing up, you're going to want to run at him and try and test him out a little bit. But if he shows, especially in preseason, that he can hold up in that regard, there's a good chance he's in the mix early and often, I would suspect.
Awesome. Super exciting. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thanks, Abdul. Thanks for checking it out, man. Really appreciate the support. Thank you. Soder, what's going on, man?
Did you see how cool Abdul was with that concrete background and that nice artwork
It was
in the
it
background?
was dope,
When
right?
he makes,
It was dope.
I feel ashamed to follow him up. That's incredible. Way to go,
No,
Abdul.
you look great. You got the Michael McDonald shirt on. You have nothing to be ashamed.
I do have my Michael McDonald shirt on. Yes, there he is.
Taking it to the street, taking it to the street. I love it.
I think Peg was my
Love
best work, by the way, as my backup singer. there
It-
with us.
okay, all right, all right.
But
No
anyhow,
thanks.
I am interested to see what Joseph has on the Eric Torkelson Big Board of Wonder, because I have seen the Big Board of Wonder back there. And Mark
You have.
Oldacres is on the call, and it's 4:00 and in London as well as in Scotland.
It is, but wait. Before we get to all that, I got to say hi to a good friend. Justice is here. I see Justice Mosqueda is here. Justice, buddy, brother, how we doing? How we living? Lucas Van Ness, what did we say? You and I both were on this train. It's documented. It's on Twitter.com. What did I tell you? To quote Robert De Niro, what did I tell you?
I'm excited, man. I thought
Me
there was
too.
a really good chance that he was going to be the pick, especially when Wright got selected when he did. I talked to Wright's agent, to be totally frank, and he said his range was probably somewhere from 8, which was the original, or 9, which was the original Bears pick before they flipped with the Eagles, right?
Right.
And then, his floor was probably around Washington. So off of all the actions that Green Bay did, kind of felt like Wright was going to be the guy. They brought him in on a visit, all that stuff. But it still felt like, you can't trick me. I know you got that Ted Thompson in your name. This guy's 6'5", 270, runs a 4.5, and he's like 21 years old and has a 7-second 3-cone. Like, you can't trick me. I know you want to draft him. So I figured if, Wright wasn't there, then he would, him or Murphy were my guesses. Apparently Murphy isn't as well liked as, the media thought. So
Yeah. Well, what's interesting too is like you had put it out for people who aren't on Twitter. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? You put out, okay, you were kind of positing, right? Like, okay, the flip of the picks, 13 and 15,
right,
was important to the Packers, and that's what got the deal done. So clearly, like the Patriots were right in front of the Packers. So who are the Patriots like bringing in and looking at? And you had listed who their top 30 or a number of the guys who were in their top 30 visits. And I'm telling you, as soon as I saw Van Ness, I was like, that's who they're going after, because that is such a Patriots pick. Like, you got to think Brian was sitting there going, no. You're not, I want, like, if that was his target, which clearly it was at least one of them, like, I got to get in front of New England because New England was going to take him. That would be my guess.
Yeah, exactly. And then New England moved back, once Green Bay turned in that selection.
Once that was off the board. Exactly.
And then the Jets went pass rusher also, right? I mean, I know we talk about, jumping New England, but like you're also flipping with the Jets too. And they ended up
with the Jets
basically getting the guy with similar skill set who's 40 pounds lighter, right? I mean, was that worth, the 4th round pick value that you get out of like a pick swap there? Probably, you know what I mean? So
probably
I give credit to Goot there. I'm excited. I think I've been in here for a couple minutes. So like, I think the stuff you said was right. I don't, as far as day one start, I would say probably has a pretty good chance just because of the Gary injury. Once Gary comes back, I don't know.
That opens the door, no doubt.
Their 3-man rush stuff though is going to be interesting because I do think he's going to kick in a decent amount on, obvious passing downs and stuff. And we haven't really had that since Z. You know what I mean? We've been throwing defensive tackles out there, and last year we saw how that worked out. Like Jordan Reed, as a 3-tech didn't necessarily
why you gotta do
go
that?
too
Why you gotta
great,
come in here and bring me down?
I'm not trying to.
I love it. You're right though. No, but I get it. Wait. Okay, so let me ask you this. So we're sitting here, Cowboys are on the clock. We got like 5-6 picks left, right? So I'm feeling like probably the Packers don't jump back up into the first round. I know people keep saying that. I doubt it. A lot of these tight ends are still out there. What are we seeing for day 2? What do you think? Is this like tomorrow is pass catcher heaven? Is that that's what I'm thinking, but what do you think?
So when you look at their visits, right, I think it tells a pretty clear story in terms of like where and in what pockets they're trying to look at guys, right? So they brought in the top tight ends, right, in for visits. And,
right,
you might be wondering, like, what are visits? You have 30 visits with a player. The Packers picked, of the 30 visits, they picked 6 of those guys in the draft last season. And then they added even more, through undrafted free agency or picking those guys back up off of the waiver wire once they were available after undrafted free agency and stuff like that. So that stuff does kind of signal like their intention, right? They brought in a cluster of edge rushers in the second round. They targeted an edge rusher in the first. They didn't necessarily declare what position they were going after, right? But they brought in the tight ends. I would think they're heavily going to be involved in the tight end market. I know they were trying to take one last year and the value just didn't end up shaking out right. There's so many tight ends on the board that like there's going to be a pick that you're going to want to turn in for one of those tight ends at some point. Like,
well, it's crazy to me how much did we hear about this tight end class and how we could have this like 3 or 4 tight ends could go in the first round when teams have just not taken tight ends in the first.
People kept mocking the Packers a tight end at 13, and I'm like, if they pick swap,
the Kincaid thing,
have to pick swap up for a tight end? I
know. I tell you what though, like, okay, here's what like kind of threw me though, right? Is the idea I'm with you, and I'm like, no, why would you do that? Like, no way. But the fact that they took an off-ball linebacker last year at 22, and the fact that they took A.J. Dillon when they did, I'm like, well, I can't dismiss the idea because it's clear Brian, if he likes a guy, is just going to fucking take him.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, the Kincaid thing kind of made sense.
I do wonder, so Kincaid just went to the Bills.
Oh, did he?
25.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh
God, here comes the tight end run.
Well, Kincaid was just, to me, he's not an ideal fit in this system specifically. Too.
Right.
Like, they want a guy who can have his hand in the dirt and stuff. Like, Kincaid was only a starter last year because Keithy, who's going to be in next year's draft now, he's like Kyle Juszczyk, basically. He got hurt at Utah. So, Kincaid ended up becoming the starter, and now people are excited, but he's a little older. He's got the back, he has all the pass rushing production and stuff like that. But I think if you want tight end is weird because there's not like one tight end position. It's like 3 different positions that people just call one position, right? Like a guy like DeGuara is an H, right? He's totally different than a guy like Tunyon, who's an F, who's like almost like a mismatch tight end. You want to split him out. And then that's totally different from a Y, which is like Mercedes Lewis hardly gets the ball touched at all, just because of his speed and stuff. But you want to put his hand in the dirt and, he can run block like
and
hell.
Just demolish people.
I think ideally they want guys who can play Y, but like can stay on the field every single play. They don't have to do the 2 platoon stuff anymore where,
well, and it tips. The problem is it tips, right? Like when you get a certain guy out, and that's why literally remember the brouhaha when the Saints traded Jimmy Graham and everyone was like, what are you doing? And it's like every time we trot Jimmy Graham out there, everyone knows it's a pass. Like literally.
Yeah.
The entire stadium.
Like, Jimmy Graham is lined up at X on the goal line. I wonder if they're gonna throw a fade to him.
Where are they gonna go? Like so
I'm not too worried until like there's a lot of tight ends in this class I like, honestly. And a lot of them can play.
That's the other thing. There's like a million tight ends in this class. And we've got one off the board?
One now, yeah. And then, I think Michael Mayer's a better fit because I think he could play hand in the dirt. I think that's Darnell.
Now watch him go to Dallas. That'll be great.
Oh, break my heart, McCarthy. One more time. Tucker Kraft, the kid out of South Dakota State, he was getting NIL deals to go play at Bama. Bama was actively trying to get better at tight end, and they try to get him and Musgrave to transfer in. Yeah, and that guy, he turned it down.
I like Musgrave. I like Musgrave a lot. I think
those guys. Schoonmaker was another guy that I was interested in from.
You mocked him to the Packers like on day 3 in one of your mocks, and I love that kid. I think he'd be great. But that's my point. Like there's so many rounds. Let's go, people. Come on.
Yeah, no, they're sitting pretty. There's wide receivers on the board. There's no FOMO from me yet.
A lot of ball games.
There's no like,
but we'll see.
Punch in the air being like Justin Jefferson just went. Dang, that stinks. Even my thoughts on Jefferson in that class were higher than any of the receivers in this class. So like, there's still tight ends on the board. There's meat on the bone. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but Justice. Speaking of, the Vikings took Addison, so now I had literally somebody in this chat on YouTube said the Vikings are going to eat the Packers on offense. They're going to eat the Packers defense for years to come because they took Addison. And I'm like, who's blocking Kenny Clark?
Just press him.
That's this is the thing. I go, okay, great. Everyone thought they were going to come into Lambeau and eat our lunch, and we punched him in the mouth. Like
he was
fatalistic
170
Packers
something
fans,
pounds when he tried. When he tried to put on weight. So I'm not too worried. The other thing, I don't understand really that pick in the scope of like Minnesota's outlook, because
I'm
people
with you.
talk about size
I'm
at
with you.
receiver for Green Bay and stuff. Like they need those wide receivers to dig out safeties, right? On kick blocks or on crack blocks and stuff like that. Like, what the heck is he gonna do? I know.
Get owned.
Based on his name. They have what's his name, KJ Osborne, who does some of the inline stuff. Like
He's decent. I like him.
Yeah,
like
but
he's a good player.
He's the only like bigger guy. Like Justin Jefferson isn't big. This guy isn't big. So like, the one knock that you have on Jair is that he's a smaller guy. Now Jair can just like play press man against these guys the entire time. All right, I'm less worried.
Well, that would require your defensive coordinator to actually call press man. But that's a whole nother game. That's a whole nother thing that we don't want to get into tonight. Justice, I love you, man. You're an absolute legend. Thanks for dropping by, brother. Really appreciate it.
Take care, man.
You too. Who we got? We got Chris again. What's up, Chris? How you doing, buddy?
Real quick, I mean, Justice might be able to chime in on this too, but I've seen before in past years. I know this is a bad example, but Rollins and Randall, when they really needed bodies in a certain spot, I know maybe they don't do that in tight end, but do you think they double down for 2 tight ends maybe this draft? And
yes,
do you
1,000% yes.
But what are the chances that it's 42 and 45?
Low, but never telling the odds, right?
Yeah. Right.
I don't think it's impossible. I would be very surprised if they went that route, but you can't completely dismiss it or discount it, especially if the value's there. That's the other thing. Like the fact that we heard so much, and we have heard so much about this tight end class coming into this draft, where people were pumping up the fact that, these guys could go. We literally have seen mocks for months now where, there could be 3 or 4 tight ends in the first round. And literally, as we sit here right now, there's 1 off the board. So, that value is going to be there. You would have to think. The wide receivers have gone off the board, no doubt.
Yeah.
But plenty of tight ends available, right? So, but exactly. So that means that there will be tight end talent available. And if that's the plateau, right? If they're sitting there on their board, and obviously we have no idea what their board looks like, but if their board is here, like all these tight ends are here, and there's every other position, and I have no idea what their board looks like, but if every other position starts here, and there's like 3 or 4 tight ends here, then there's every possibility that they go, fuck it, this is where the value is, and they take 2 tight ends. I doubt that happens, but you never know. You can't completely dismiss
I'm super happy that I feel like the first pick that they made was the guy they wanted. And I know that they know way more than me. So that makes me super happy that they got the guy they wanted. I sit there and I say, you know what, let's say 42 rolls run and there's 2 of these guys left and they say, we're taking tight end. I don't know what their next need is. And if I'm sure it's line, but who's there that's the value at that point? I just, that's where I kind of get confused with it. But overall, I know that they're smarter than me, and I know that they got the guy they wanted was first round. I'm fine with that.
That's a healthy attitude. That is a healthy attitude. Thanks so much, brother.
That's why I work in the garbage industry and not the.
That's a healthy attitude. Nicole, let's go ahead and play some videos. I know we got Cody has done some great work, so let's show it off.
Sticks his feet, delivers a strike. Kincaid, touchdown. Bootleg out to the right. Rising over the top again, and this one is caught. Squares up, fires down the field for Kincaid, who has it. Flips it, and slipping on the flat, hurdling is Dalton Kincaid. Rising, lobbing it for the end zone. It's caught, touchdown, Dalton Kincaid.
That's what I'm talking about. Dalton Kincaid, who is not going to be a Green Bay Packer, but he's going to be a really good player. Soder, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of comments going on about Dalton Kincaid's going to be a bust. He's going to be a good player.
I think
because he's
gonna
not
be a really
Packer
good player.
doesn't mean it's a bad guy.
I know.
But,
yeah,
a couple days ago on Daily, we were talking about NFC quarterback rankings, and I mean, it's Hurts, it's Cousins, and then what? Dak Prescott. I don't know. I mean, it's just
Jordan Love, baby. Let's go.
I just need Jordan Love to be good. If Jordan Love
Right.
is good and we're consistent at running the football, the Packers are extremely dangerous going forward.
Agree.
Especially if people like Eric Stokes make a jump and come back from what were down years. And we figure out what we really want to do with Rasul Douglas and fix out the back end. The Packers have a real opportunity to be very good this year. If we just
I
get
very much
consistent
agree.
play.
I mean, that's the thing. What's interesting to me, like you mentioned Stokes and Rasul, but Devondre Campbell as well. Like, I think Devondre rounded into shape towards the end of the year last year, but like
I think
he
he was
did
hurt.
not hit the ground running. You know what I mean?
He was hurt. He was banged
He
up.
had to have been because he did not look near the player he was the year previous. And then they handed him the deal, and then doesn't not kind of hit. He doesn't come back the way he was. If they can get that level of play where he was the year previous, and get Stokes kind of back in the groove, what have you, then yeah, I think they're cooking. I think you add Van Ness, you get another year out of everybody up front. You get Wyatt in the mix a little bit more. Walker in the second season. Yeah, I'm with you. I think they can be dangerous.
I think
no
too,
doubt.
having going into the season with a more set offensive line is going to go a long
That's
way.
so big.
We are
That's
not
so
dicking around with Hansen and Newman, or
Oh
Newman's
my
moving
God.
back to guard. I do not care.
Newman at tackle is like,
Was a
why are we living? What are we doing? Yes, I agree.
And so I mean, I think there's a, look, Jordan Love's going to make a lot of mistakes. Jordan
happen.
Love is going to struggle at times. But if we lean into the running game, if we lean into kind of the rubs and the short passing game and a lot of stuff off the middle, I think there is a real opportunity for the Packers. Look, they may not win games, but they'll be competitive. And that's all you can ask, right? Get your opportunities, right?
This year, it's a 1-year proposition, but this is a transitional year. 100%. Very much agree.
Also, I wanted to mention,
I want to give.
they were showing on
What were you gonna
NFL
say?
Network,
Sorry.
They were showing Mike. They were showing Mike McCarthy in the evil empire that is Dallas at this weird corporate desk, having to wear this suit, and I'm going, this is so not Mike McCarthy.
No, it's not. Did you see the clip of Jerry Jones saying our problems aren't with our drafting, it's with our coaching? Like he was joking, but it was.
No, he wasn't.
And he's literally sitting next to Mike.
Passive
while
aggressive
he says it.
corporate speak, right? Yeah, there you go.
It's great.
I just feel bad for Mike because I mean, Mike did a lot for Green Bay.
I don't. He chose it. Come on. He could have been the coach of the Giants. He chose the Cowboys.
There's
Screw it.
32 opportunities in the league.
Yeah, and he didn't even interview with the Giants. Or I think he did interview with the Giants. He could have been the head coach of the Giants. He chose the Cowboys. I have no sympathy. None. Zero. I want to give Kevin a shout out with a super chat. My friend told me I reminded him of Christian Bale in American Psycho because of how much I hate Paul Allen. That might be my favorite super chat of the year. That's incredible. That's absolutely outstanding. All right. Sorry. Nicole, who we got next? We got Michael. Michael, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Aaron. So my thought here is somebody else that I actually really, really like in the draft, and I could actually see him as a Packer as Cody Mock, and I really like Cody Mock as a offensive lineman. What's your opinion on Cody Mock?
I'm sorry, on who? I couldn't really hear you. Sorry, say it again.
Cody Mock, offensive lineman.
I'm not familiar with his game, to quote Shaq. Who's he play for?
He is. That's like North Dakota State, I believe. He's the got the.
Did you really just come on here and ask me about an offensive lineman from North Dakota State? I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Yeah,
I'm feeling like Banky right now, dude. Come on now. Come on.
I did. He just seems like a Packer. Did a great job.
Wait,
Look
is
him up
Joseph
on that
still
one
here?
flowing red hair with no.
Michael, hold on,
his
hold on, hold on, Michael.
knocked out.
I got to get Joseph. Joseph, are you still here? Because if Joseph is here, maybe he's heard of this cat.
He's 25.
Joseph is here. Joseph, oh, is Joseph? Oh, he's live on camera. All right, so I can't ask Joseph. But, yeah, I have no idea. Joseph, have you heard of this guy?
Yeah, of course. Pretty sure it was East West Shrine game. No, I'm sorry. NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. Mr. Toothless and Ruthless himself started off as a tight end, converted to offensive tackle, put on about 70 pounds of muscle. I think in the NFL, he's probably a guard. I believe his arms are a little short and he's got a little bit of a strength issue there. But I think if you're looking for a guy, if we want to replace Myers at center, I think he's a good solid fit there. He's pretty much, flipping from left to right guard, center, maybe in a pinch like everybody else is half dead and then you throw him out there. But I think I've got about a late day 2 grade on him, maybe somewhere around comp pick time. And but if I had to say, he's probably like my number 4 guard on my board. So but this is a not stellar guard class. So really, I had Skoronski listed as a guard. Osiris Torrance from Florida is next. So really, after Torrance, it's anybody's guess when the next guy is going to go, and that's between Mock and Steve Avila from TCU. This guard class is probably a little shallower than more people will want. So could he be a Packers fit? Possibly. It just depends on if he's there if they're looking to take a offensive line, which is probably going to be day 3.
Love it. See, I knew Joseph would know what was up.
But he's 25.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's 25.
Soder, we don't want you bringing us down, man. Like, yo, it's day 1. Talk to me about guys' ages on day 3, like when we're being real. We don't need that tonight. Come on now. Everything is great. Tyler Brook is here. Tyler Brook is here? What is up, Tyler Brook? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, man? I'm doing great.
How are you?
I stopped by. Yeah, man.
Yeah, okay, right. Well, there's like literally 4 picks left, and Tyler's like, I'll give some crumbs to Cheesehead TV. I get it.
I wanted to come in and flex about Anthony Richardson coming to my hometown team, but then I saw Kenny Clark was in here, and I was like, you know what? I think he's probably better suited to talk about stuff for a Packers-related show. So I was like, I'll wait a little bit. I'll wait till the end.
Maybe a little.
When all the
I mean, maybe a little.
Talking.
Wait, are you saying, Tyler? Are you telling me right now that if I had been alerted to your presence while Kenny Clark was on camera, that I would have said, "Wait, Kenny, hold up, Tyler Brook is here," and I would have cut away to you.
Yeah,
like, is that what you're intimating?
There's no way.
Because
the opposite.
I was gonna say, because like never in a million years will that happen. But that's good. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're self-aware. I'm glad you're self-aware. Is what I'm trying to tell you here. That's good.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Van Ness? Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on now. Let's do it.
So on our stream, we went over some film against Ohio State, going against, good on good, Paris Johnson, DeJuan Jones. Really good back and forth. He's going against the top tackle drafted in this class. He's snapping that kid's head back a couple times. Balance is a little bit of an issue. He doesn't really have a lot of pass rush moves. You cannot coach that athleticism. You cannot coach that length. He can put his hand in the dirt. I think you can kick him inside. I love the idea when Rashawn Gary's healthy of having him on like those interior Zadarius Smith pass rush reps.
Now, yes.
Yeah. He's got, there's a lot of tools in his bag. And like, I don't think he's scratched the surface of what he's capable of. It's a very similar pick to Rashawn Gary as far as like developmental upside. but he's ready to play against the run like day one. Like his play strength is out of this world.
Word.
He can absolutely hold his own against the run.
Couldn't agree more. It's funny to me. The length thing is so funny because you think of the length as a pass rusher on the outside, but to me, also to your point, and Justice mentioned this as well, it's like you kick him inside and he starts using that length against those interior guys, like the guards. And obviously he's got quickness and athleticism, and that's great. He gets that first kind of step. But the fact that you can like use that as leverage to get inside and make the quarterback's life hell, I'm telling you, man. And yes, I completely agree. I was saying this right when Justice got on. The fact that you can kick him inside and probably utilize him all across the line, I do think he'll probably be used primarily outside to begin with. But obvious passing downs, hell yes, get him interior and let him go to work. I don't think there's any doubt. I think there's a lot of possibilities there.
Well, we had talked about it when I came on for the appearance. I wanted Miles Murphy, who it looks like just got drafted.
He just went, to the Bengals.
And Ness was 18 on my board. 17 was Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I think that's still a fresh wound.
You gotta pour that salt in there. I get it.
It's the same tier. I get what they're trying to do. When you watch the New York Jets, when they kind of kick the Packers around, they have a ton of edge.
Kick the Packers' ass.
You've got 5 NFL edge rushers on this roster once Rashawn Gary's healthy. Like that is extremely exciting.
I love it. And look, Enagbare is like this kind of like you always kind of throw him in like when you talk about last year because so many narratives are centered around Rodgers and the offense and whatever ups and downs they may have had. And then you talk about Joe Barry as this like, I guess like almost like a boogeyman, like, oh my God, we've got Joe Barry again. But like if you break it down to down by down, when what he was asked to do, Enagbare had a really good rookie year. And you think about the idea of him taking a step and you add Van Ness and you got Preston Smith, like you're kind of cooking there. And then Hollins also had a pretty decent stretch after he was picked up.
I like
Hollins.
That
Philadelphia
good pass rush reps. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I mean. So you can see that there's stuff to play with there. And I understand it's clearly a pick that's long-term. You're thinking developmentally, the fact that he never even started at Iowa. But, man, there's a lot to love up front when the other team has to throw the ball at this point.
Now,
like I have zero.
Now, all I ask is please get Darnell Washington.
I know. Yes. Oh, dude, you missed it. Like earlier, Darnell fucking Wright goes to the Bears. I got to stop putting out who I love into the universe because like I love Darnell Wright and he goes to the Bears. I love David Montgomery. He goes to the Bears. Like I'm done. I'm done telling the world who I like because they go to the Bears.
Many people are saying Darnell Wright is the only good NFC North pick besides the Packers. The Lions took a running back and an off-ball linebacker. I don't know what's going on.
What's crazy to me, the Lions don't want to pay Jamal Williams and then use that pick on a running back? Like, I don't know, man.
The Lions hate nerds. It's a jock culture over there. They're drafting like it's 1999.
But I will say, but let's also add, those jocks have kicked the Packers' ass the last 2 times they've played.
They're building a culture, and it kind of is working.
And it reflects their head coach. There's zero doubt about that.
They still have 3 picks tomorrow or 4. I can't remember.
Yeah, we got picks too, so we're gonna draft some dudes.
I'll leave with 2 things: Darnell Washington tomorrow, and Anthony Richardson in Indy is going to change the course of the franchise. Can't wait to go to games because, for better or worse, it's going to be really fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't wait.
I mean, God bless Ballard. That's all I can say. Tyler, thank you so much, man. Thanks for checking in. Really appreciate it.
Good to see you guys. Take care.
Have a good night. I want to give a shout out to Gundam Schwing because only that is an amazing handle. The best part of the Van Ness pick is we once again get a Lucas Van Ness Iowa intro. Yeah, the Iowa thing, as Perry tweeted, is phenomenal. And Tumo Proctor, I can't believe you're still up. I'm calling in, quote, sick to work. The Pack have 2 second rounders, so could trade back into the first. And the Cheesehead TV stream is fire. I'm sure my boss will understand. Well, thank you. Really appreciate the shout out. I will say we've got 2 picks left. The Saints are on the clock. So we have 3 picks out. Once the Saints make their pick, there will be 2 left. So not sure the Packers are trading back into the first, although you never know. Stick around. You never know. The Saints are taking Brian Brees, who is somebody I thought the Packers might take a look at. So there you go. He's going to the Saints at 29. Who else we got? Nicole, sorry. I want to make sure. Oh, we got that. Okay, good. Who else we got here? Is Tyler still with us? Tyler, are you here? If you're not, it's cool, but I just want to make sure. Tyler. Not Tyler Brook, Tyler Herrick. Sorry. No, he's gone. Okay, good. He's probably manning the Cheesehead TV socials and hating his life. So it's good. I understand. We got Ramses. What's up, man?
Hey. Hello. Thank you again. Question.
Of course, dude. What's up?
Business question, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Can I see Carry the G beer in Lambeau? Because that would be great.
It's funny you should ask that. It is a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a decent chance. I don't want to jinx it, but there's a chance that you'll.
Okay.
There's a chance you'll be able to purchase a Carry the G in Lambeau Field this upcoming season. That's all I'll say. There's a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Not that it will happen for sure, but there's a chance.
Yeah, I'm like 9 hours away driving. I'm in Iowa, so I don't think I'll get it anytime soon. Being in Iowa, right?
Not this year. Next year, maybe. 2024 will be 2024 is the target for nationwide distribution. So 2023 probably not.
Oh. Okay. Last question, if I may.
Yeah.
Damn it, I forgot it. I'm so nervous.
Oh, no. Oh, dude, stop. We're just hanging out, dude.
Okay. You know what? I already forgot it. No, don't worry about it. Come back to me, I guess.
All right. We'll come back to you if you remember it. Let us know. It's all good, dude.
All right.
We'll go to Soder. Soder, what's up, man?
Go to Ken first. He was first in line.
Ken. What's up, Ken?
So
taking it to the street. What's up, Ken?
So I just wanted to point out with Lucas Van Ness that you're talking about how he's a little bit developmental because he hasn't played a huge amount and he's got a lot to learn. One of the things that gives me a lot of optimism is, the guys who got a little bit more smarts have a little bit of a leg up on that development side. Not always, but that can help.
You would hope.
He was a two-time Big Ten all academic guy. That's what I found.
So that's your thing. You're hanging on to the idea that he's smart enough to get it and hit the ground running. I like it.
Yeah,
I got it.
Just saying it could help. I'm not saying it's everything, but
no, I feel
help.
you.
Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt. I'm down with that. I love this idea. Soder, what's up, man?
So just thanks for putting this on. I am a huge draft junkie. I used to cut school to watch the ESPN draft with Paul Zimmerman on the day.
Oh, dude.
I remember
Shout out
Campbell
Dr.
getting
Z.
drafted.
Dude, Dr. Z. Oh my God.
It's fantastic. What a great way to spend the Thursday. I did take tomorrow off, so I've been drinking heavily. And I want to ask Cheeto, what is your favorite Iowa City bar? I will say Deadwood or George's.
There you go.
Okay, I can take the floor here. All right. So we have to reflect on some recent laws that the Iowa City administration has passed where
I love it.
Okay.
I love it so much.
Yeah. So Iowa City had the biggest bar in the Big Ten, which was called the Union Bar. It was 3 floors. It was a whole building. It was kind of a mess. I didn't like going there, but I was dragged there. That's where I met my wife 12 years ago. So I guess I like it. What still remains today that's quality, in my view, is called Brothers Sports Bar or Summit. There was a whole
Old school, Hilltop,
yeah.
Airliner, Joe's Place, Deadwood, George's. Come on, man, go back to the 80s. Let's go, Cheeto.
Joe's Place is still there. They're great. I you know what? Again, I'm gonna harp on this all the time. I'm a dad. I don't go out. I don't want to. I'm grumpy. I want to go to bed. So I don't know what the scene's like these days, but something that I could like go and listen to some great music would be Deadwood for sure. Joe's Place and Brothers. They play rock. I'll just say that, classic rock.
There you go.
I like that.
They play rock. Hell yeah.
Places I drank my high school years away at is what we're talking about right now. So just so you know.
They don't respect. They apparently inflation hasn't hit them, so it's like the pitchers are still $2. You know what I mean? Not 20.
And reasons why I enlisted in the United States Army for $500, please, Alec.
I did see a map recently of it's a thing where you look up strange maps of the amount of grocery stores per foot radius versus bars. And in our county, College Town, there's a lot more bars in the same spaces as grocery store. So I guess we know what we're doing.
That sounds really Wisconsin. That's so Midwest. I love it. All right, so the Eagles are so the Eagles are taking Nolan Smith. So we're down to the Kansas City Chiefs and their pick, the last one of the night. Chris, I want to give you the
one tight end off the board. One tight end.
I know, crazy, right? I want to say, Chris, what's up, man? Before we get to the end here, I want to give you a chance.
Yeah, real quick. I know we've been talking about drafts and stuff all night, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the greatest Aaron Rodgers moment in my life. I know you spent some time in Chicago.
Yes, sir. 2 years out of high school.
Majority of my life there. I ran a bar called Bootleggers down on Division Street for about 10 years.
I know Bootleggers. Shut up.
That was my.
No, you didn't. You ran it?
I did. Yeah. Yeah, from 04
what?
to 2013. Yeah, that was my place. Yeah, I was the GM for a long time. But so then you'll love this story. My favorite Aaron Rodgers story of all time. We were a nightclub bar. We opened at 7:00 at night. No sports. We threw on whatever was on. I mean, there were so many nights on Saturday night. I'm betting on Hawaii Rainbow Warrior football games when I shouldn't be. But until 4 a.m. But we opened up early. We showed the NFC Championship game 2010. Of course, it was me and about 2 other people in a crowd of 300 watching that game. And I will never forget when I think it was a Raji moment. I think it was Raji picked it off and ran it in, or it was either that or when it was Sam Shields. Right. It was one of the two. I can't remember. It was so long ago, and my brain is tapioca nowadays. I remember running out into the street of Division. It was dead silent. It was like the pandemic was happening then, screaming loud and getting texts from all my friends from the other bars being like, I hear your ass yelling. So happy. We hate you so much, but and that was that's when I think of Aaron Rodgers. That's what I think about. But that being said, I just want to thank you guys for all the stuff you guys do. You guys really are the best. I follow you guys. I drive on the road 2-3 hours every day, and it's like if I miss the chat, then I got to follow up on it and get caught up as much as possible.
Oh, dude!
And then I got to listen to Andy Herman talk for about 4 straight hours, even though he knows what he's talking about. I still got to do it.
Yeah, Andy knows what's up. Andy knows what's up. I love it, dude.
Yeah, he's great. I love Andy. So,
oh, dude, that's really nice of you to say.
Stuff you guys do.
Oh, dude, you're a legend. Thank you so much. That's really, really nice of you. Nicole, we got some guys off the board. Let's roll Murphy and Nolan Smith and Brees, and let's get these guys because I know Cody's done some great work here. So let's get them on. There we go, people. Cody Roadcap doing yeoman's work, putting together these videos. All right. Well, I know the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. They may have already made their selection. I think we have one or two folks with their hands up yet. I want to make sure I get everybody. Hey, Brandy's here. What's up, Brandy? Oh, thanks for joining us. Oh my goodness. I mean, Brandy's hubby we've heard from, but Brandy's here. This is royalty. This is Cheesehead TV royalty in the house, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Brandy?
All right. I've been here off and on.
All right. Well, it's good. They got another guy for your favorite, Joe Barry, to work on defense. So I hope you'll welcome him with open arms. Oh, who are you playing high five with there? Who's that?
The dog.
the puppy is not a puppy anymore. It's a 200 English Mastiff.
They tend to grow. Yeah, that's kind of what happens. Well, we appreciate you guys, and Brandy, we really appreciate all your help with the YouTube channel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. I got Packers fan Andrew. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, man. Tired. I think we all are at this point.
Right.
So like, there has to be something here with, Jason doesn't go till 20. There's only one tight end off the board, right? Packers, you got to applaud Gutekunst again for not reaching. You have to say that, right? I mean,
well, unless you're reading Twitter and everyone tells you that Van Ness was a reach, but but we're not going to go there. We're not going to. I feel you. I agree.
I mean, shit, man. I mean, the board is. I mean, other
yeah,
teams are,
exactly. Shit, man.
You look at the results, and you gotta follow a logical conclusion. And I think that says that other teams did not have the toys that we
all
wanted,
these tight ends, right?
Rated that highly to go at 13, and so again, call me crazy for trusting the front office, but like, I gotta look at the results, and I gotta say that it makes sense, and especially with JSN not going until 20, it's like the other team. He obviously he could be a great talent. Might be, we don't know, but it's just interesting to watch how the board falls, and sitting at the end of the night and just looking, it's like, well, fuck, Washington's going to go to the second round. So, these are players, and I think Kincaid, I was surprised to see he's the one that got taken. So, again, I think it was just a little too rich for not just our blood, but other teams. So I'll take it, and I think we're really set up here for a really exciting day tomorrow.
That's my thing. It's like, I think tomorrow night's going to be fucking awesome for Packers fans. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's going to be dudes coming off the board for Green Bay, not only filling needs, but like dudes that are going to really help the team right away. And I really cannot wait. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking in. Ramses, you're the last one tonight. What's up, man? Make it good. Don't screw up. No pressure.
I have the honor. I'll try not to. I love Packer Nations. I love Cheesehead TV. Thank you so much for all of it. I will say this. The whole Packers reaching for Van Ness, I get it. He's a redshirt sophomore. He still has 2 years left potentially to play with us. And Iowa, again, we're not like a perennial like powerhouse or anything. We're not good at much. We're good at defense. But when we do produce, it's usually D-line. So I'm pretty – you don't fake.
Yes, sir.
Being
up
good
front,
at the D-line.
defense.
You don't just
corn-fed Iowa boys, man. Like, take them all. I'm with you.
He didn't start.
Dude, I talk about this with Matt Bowen all the time. Bowen's like, Ferentz just like has those guys like corn-fed and ready to go, and they'll kick your ass up front, country strong. Let's get some of that on the Packers defense. I'm about it. I'm
yeah,
with you, dude.
I'm so excited. So, and then I'll leave with this. question I did remember that I forgot to ask you last time around.
Yes.
What is the appropriate number of beers, okay, to drink before speaking publicly? Because I've already gotten some professional emails already. Dude, you're awesome on Cheesehead TV. And I'm like, okay, my career. I feel like I crossed that line, but Nags, how many
Sir,
can you
I would
do
say
before you get on TV?
traditionally probably one. One is good because it loosens you up and you're like, okay, all right, I'm ready to go.
All right,
More than that,
I
it's probably,
failed.
you're probably playing with fire a little bit.
I'm
Just a
playing
little
fire.
bit. But hey, everyone's different, dude. Everyone's different. You know, you got to find your zone. And here's the other thing. This is like, this is like the proving ground. Like you find yourself. It's like preseason. You're testing out different pass rush moves or different ways to run a route. Like you're fine, dude. Like it's fine. You get on national television. You'll have
Now,
run
this
your
is
routes.
lovely.
You'll have the banked reps, and you'll be fine. That's what it's all.
One of the best nights of my life. Thank you so much, Cheesehead TV.
Oh, dude,
Absolutely
stop.
wonderful.
Thank you so much for checking in.
Logical
Thanks for
talk.
supporting Cheesehead TV.
Wonderful. Yeah,
Dude,
for sure.
really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Really, really, thank you. I want to read a couple super chats, and I know we've seen go across the screen here, but I want to make sure I say them out loud. Johnson Tovich, Packers are smarter than me. Go Pack, go! I love that. That's phenomenal. And then Preston says, "What's up, Nags? Love the Van Ness pick. Our pass rush could be insane." Kind of branching off of that, what do you think is a reasonable jump for Wyatt? Playing right away and a lot and getting in the backfield and disrupting things. I think I'm fascinated to see how he does against top flight competition. Because last year, I thought he flashed against some lesser comp. And I want to see him, and look, this is the thing. The Eagles game. You go watch the Eagles game, it's hard to watch, right? You go watch the Dolphins game, and you're like, okay, I think they got a player there. I want to see him against that Eagles level competition because they had one of the best O-lines in the game last year, and they have for the last few years. I want to see him against that type top flight competition, not dominating, but like just making a play or two here or there, and like making that next step where he's consistently, A, playing because he's got to get on the field, but B, making plays against the top flight competition. That's what I want. And I think that's a reasonable jump. Truffle Shuffle. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for everything, Nags. Glad they got one of their guys in Vienna. I trust Goody's board. Excited for tomorrow. Go Pack, go. That's a healthy attitude, man. What are you doing here on the internet with a healthy perspective and attitude? I don't know what you're doing. All right, everybody. I'm thinking we're going to shut it down. I'm going to be talking Lucas Van Ness and everybody tomorrow before the Packers pick again in the second round. But for tonight, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to everybody who joined us here on the Patreon Zoom and the Carry the G Club Zoom. Really, really appreciate everyone stopping by. We'll be back tomorrow night. Throughout the entirety of the second and third rounds. I'll be here all Saturday through the seventh round. God help us. And that's when Joseph will really shine because he'll have heard of all these dudes, and I want to know who the hell anybody is. Truly, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting Cheesehead TV in any way, shape, or form. Please hit like, hit subscribe, tell your friends, and tell your family. Cheesehead TV, we're devoted to Green Bay Packers fans worldwide. Thanks a lot, everyone. Have a good night.
All right, stream.